Attention, please. The show starts in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go.
All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I guess I had the mute button on, so therefore we got to do the intro again. Welcome to the SSN Nation Money Making Monday live stream. Your financial freedom is at stake, ladies and gentlemen. You are in jeopardy. This is what we're going to talk about on Friday night, but I could not make it. It could not happen. So today we're going to talk about it again, because are you going to be prepared for 2027? Because you can already see what's going on. The stock market went rocky today because of the word from China, talking about DeepSeek has done the unthinkable. GPT, that chat GPT, costing less than the billions of dollars spent by, I don't know, Google, Facebook, Nvidia, and all this on software and hardware. And they're saying we did the damn thing. You guys know technology always upgrades. And once again, I want to thank you so much for being here. Make sure you smash that like button. Make sure you share the videos, because you never know who's out here who needs this information. We talked about it in the past. I'm going to skip right through since I did the intro, but we talked about this in the past. Remember when I keep telling you what happened after the dot-com bust? The dot-com bust, because they were doing so much so fast in the 90s, it seemed like every 3-4 months, all of a sudden, RAM was X amount. Your hard drive was X amount. 3-4 months later, oh, it was bigger and better. Then it was 3-4 months later, bigger and better. After that, what did they decide to do? They said, you know what? We are far ahead of the competition from around the world. So why don't we slow down? So all those improvements technology-wise, they slowed down. And then after the 2010s, all of a sudden, they said, you know what? We don't sell CDs anymore where people share and pirate. What we're going to do is put people on monthly payments. So therefore, we never have to create CDs, send them out, DVDs, have them at the store and market it that way. But with that, they decided, oh, we're going to stall innovation. We're going to stall technology. Sooner or later, that's going to come back to bite you, because like I told you all the time in business, somebody else is looking to take your away. Just because you're the top dog today, next week, next month, for 5 years or 10 years does not mean nothing. There's some competitor sitting on the sideline saying we can do better. While you're sleeping, while you're trying to stall technology, like I was telling you guys before, I have this laptop computer that incredible, that we're talking about 16 gigabytes of RAM, for instance, 2 terabytes on an SSD. This laptop is old by comparison. It's at least maybe even 8, 9 years old. I don't even know. I don't even care. But the fact that I have that in a computer that's 10 years old and they're selling nothing hardly any better than what I have. It's faster, of course, what they're selling now, yes. But it's incredible that they haven't went like, how come isn't like, how come in laptops or desktops it's not just 5 gigs on your hard drive SSD? Why isn't that standard? Why isn't it like 16 RAM for your processing? Why isn't it not quad, not even quads, forget quads. How about 12? Like I have 12 in mine. Can you believe that? This computer's old. And you can't get standard just that little equation right there unless they want to charge you like $3,000. It's ridiculous what they've done. Just like we talk about mobile phones. They don't allow Huawei in the United States market. But you guys out here around the world, a lot of you do not know they're the number 2 phone selling company in the world. And guess what? They don't even have the United States market. Imagine if they had the United States market. Samsung, Apple, all our friends would be finny. Because how are you going to compete with $500, $600, $700 phones? And they have the equivalent or better cameras, memories, using other people's software from around the world. That is wild. So once again, here we are. Just like in the 1970s when there's an oil crisis, the automakers in the United States said, ha ha ha, no big deal. United States citizens, we have prevented competition from around the world, so U.S. citizens have to keep buying cars that get 10 miles to the gallon. Soon as they allowed Japanese, Korean cars to come in that said, you know what, we get 30 miles to the gallon, 25 miles to the gallon. Yeah, the cars are smaller, but at that point, people are looking for miles per gallon. The United States about to get decimated again. The car industry gets decimated. Guess what? United States taxpayers bail them out. As usual, just like they receive subsidies every year from our taxpayer money, like usual, and then they don't compete in the open marketplace. And we have that same situation with EV vehicles with regard to Tesla. We're out here worrying about Waymo, Tesla, and Stellantis goes out of business, and all these other companies. But guess who's eating our lunch? Those cars that are outside of America, they won't allow in America because they would be eating our lunch. And therefore, that's why the EV market is going to go bye-bye again. And now competition from around the world is eating our lunch. But Americans, you guys just go, wah, 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 wah. That's what's been happening over the last 30 years. Now that I had my little rant, you are in jeopardy. You don't understand it. And you guys better figure out something real fast. You're going to have to think about global investments. America is hit a plateau. They want to play games. They don't want to innovate faster. They don't want to be better. They're trying to scale it. So they're not reaching for the stars like we used to do. Hit it out of the ballpark where we were heads above everybody else. Now, enough with my chat tonight because I'm a little heated about what I'm seeing on the stock exchange today because of DeepSeek. And people are going, oh no, don't worry about DeepSeek. I'm like, do you guys not understand? Don't worry about something. And you're going to say, oh, well, maybe it's propaganda because it's from China. I'm like, you can say it's propaganda if you want, but you have to take things seriously because the United States innovation is based on economics. They want to be the biggest, the baddest on Wall Street. That's not having the same thing as what's going on. Hold on a second, ladies and gentlemen. I'm having a little problem here. There we go. I got to figure out why I can't get this message to you guys in the back office. But maybe I ticked on something else. There we go. Now we're talking. All right, post-retirement travel. I see you in the house. You're about to go on your worldwide tour to South America starting in like 4 days, I believe. So we wish you nothing but safety and fun and everything that you want to do. when you are traveling because you set everything up beautifully. Welcome to the SSN Nation Money Making Monday live stream. And he brings his tagline this evening. Hello, all. Let's do this. And why can a man go on a 2 or 3 month vacation? Or shall I say, it's not even a vacation. It's his lifestyle. Why? Because he did investments long ago, ladies and gentlemen. He just didn't wake up yesterday or the month before, the year before. He woke up 30 years ago and said, you know what? I need to make investments in, well, real estate. Okay, a little stock, put some money in a 401k. I get some pension money. In fact, let me get two retirement paychecks. He set himself up for life and his family. So therefore, he can go around for however long he really wants to. And as long as he's in love with options trading, dividends coming in, and whatever he's already set up before, then he's loving life. So therefore, he gets to go around and he's about to do over the next 12 months. It's the frickin' South America. It's the EU zone. And I don't even know what else because he was talking about the Asian market as well. This man is going to be on the worldwide tour. He's going to join the Mr. Worldwide Club. And he's not going to be an imposter like that singer. I'm just saying. Now, let's get into it because post-retirement travel, he says, I took one for the team today. What does he mean? I decided to back up the truck, load up on QQQ, SPY, ETFs, love competition. You're damn right. That's what I'm talking about out here. Love the competition. And you know why? It's on. America will crank up the heat now. Let it be fuego. He's exactly right about this. Here's the funny thing about what happens. DeepSeek comes out with this. We don't know if it really cost them $6 million to do Chat GPT. AI. We don't know if it really is that. But what we do know is Meta and people like Nvidia and all these guys have been spending billions of dollars. So therefore, if somebody says it only cost us 20 million while you guys are doing 20 billion, that is a huge advantage. But because these companies have trillions of dollars at their disposal, they will be ahead of the game. Because it's very, very simple. Anything that anyone else can do, you can always get into their software. It's open source. Now, it's not Apple, it's open source. So that means anybody with any skill set for programming can figure something out and be like, oh my God, yes, this is how they're doing it. We can actually adopt this. And now it's going to be based on where do you have your data centers? Where are you controlling? What cloud network are you controlling? And guess what, ladies and gentlemen? America is ahead with all of that. So even if DeepSeek did do $6 million, they say 5.6, but let's just say they did only spend $6 million, does not matter. They don't have the data centers. They don't have the equipment in place. They don't have the GPUs. That's where the but that's where it comes to pass. Now it gives the chance for the guys who have the big whale money to say, okay, we'll use their open source. We'll adopt it. We'll do this. But now we have everything already in place. So no matter what, we still have the bulk of the people. So what is it? 2 billion people are on Facebook. There you go. They have a AI, Chat GPT type of thing. So again, they can easily, all those people can utilize that. So again, just keep in mind, but now like post-retirement travel says, America will crank it up. The heat is now. And this also means you are talking about a space race because whoever controls AI in the future, that could set standards for certain parts of the world. And you're going to start having to decide if you're going to be catering towards 5 billion people or catering towards 3 billion people. Or you're going to have a split like Apple and Microsoft has always been. But as I told you guys before, a lot of people don't know history. In the world of improvements, nobody's coming to save you. A lot of people know Apple as Apple now. Microsoft, Bill Gates, everybody's person they want to beat up, he actually bailed out Apple. Apple was supposed to go bye-bye in about 1995, 1996. Bill Gates, of all people, gave them hundreds of millions of dollars so they could be competition. And you know what he said back then? I think it's best if we actually have competition. Because he was doing Windows, Apple was doing their closed system. But they were going bye-bye. In the world that's going on between DeepSeek and NVIDIA and everybody else, they're not going to bail out the loser. All right? They're not going to care about any competition. All right? I'm just saying. So now, as we go forward, Apple, Microsoft, they've all still bloomed. Now, what you also may not know is in the 90s, Yahoo was like number one. That's why if you see that movie with Tom Hanks, Forrest Gump, and the baseball scene where the guy's going, what did you invest in? And he said Yahoo. That's why they say Yahoo in that movie, not Google. Because back then, Yahoo was the number one guys. Then Google scaled up and took over. This is how it works. So once you understand what's going on, you can put yourself in position to get some of that fuego, ladies and gentlemen. Now, let's see what else we got in the house. We have some other people in the house. Here we go. Hey, men, I just asking respectfully, I need a video editor to edit your stream podcast and turn it into content that can be posted on social media. Thanks. No APS. I can send all my sample work if you want. Only Zeus 13 on Switch. I see you. In fact, I've gotten a lot of information from a lot of people. You know what generally happens. Everybody says, hey, man, send me a check, cut me money. I charge $200, $300, $95 a month for you. I know I've been getting a lot of this lately. I'm not a big fan of doing any of this payment thing. You know why? I'm just going to tell you right now. I got to be honest. This channel has never gotten a large amount of views in 5+ years. Only about 3 or 5 or 10 videos ever have gotten over 1,000 views. That's it. Out of 1,000 videos. So I know you're going to say it's your thumbnails, Eric. I get you. You're going to say, Eric, it's your titles. I get you. But I submit to you, like I've been telling everybody else, somebody's going to have to explain when I'm talking about things that go worldwide, why we have less than 0.5% of all viewers are only outside the United States. 99.5% of all viewers are inside the USA. Why is that? I don't know. Because we talk about real estate all over the world. We talk about investing in companies all over the world. We talk about stuff all over the world. And yet, a few people from Canada, a few people from DR, a few people from Russia, and we know them guys from Russia, what y'all trying to do. And that's about it. Every other 99.5% are United States citizens, unlike all the rest of the channels which have international viewers. I'm just saying. Now that we got that straight, you can send me anything you want at support@stopstrugglingnow.com. Support@stopstrugglingnow.com. I just don't turn off the faucets. I still listen to what you guys are going to say, but whatever you're going to say, you cannot guarantee any outcomes. This is like when the guys used to come to me for any advertising on TV back in the 80s and 90s. They used to say, hey, Eric, you got to spend like $1,000 per month on advertising because you got to run the ad like 5, 6, 7 times per day. I'm like, really? Okay, let's do it. You guys set up the ads, all good, beautiful. They're running 7 ads. Oh, by the way, Eric, because late night is so cheap, we ran extra ads for you. I'm like, okay, so what's the results? Well, no results, guys. That's real nice. Week 1 goes by. Oh, don't worry, Eric. It's because of you keep advertising and people are going to come and do it after because they'll hear it more and more. Week 2. What's happening, man? Only 4 or 5 people then contacted. But don't worry, Eric. It's week 3. Come on now. Keep running your ads. I'm like, come on, man. How many times do I have to keep doing this? That's what this is like right now. All right? That's exactly what this is like. And oh, by the way, I got a treat for you guys because I did not have my boy could not be on. Unbelievably, he got in a serious accident. The dude almost died. It's ugly. I showed you guys his arm before, but there was more complications. So he says he'll be up for being on video sometime before Valentine's Day. So you guys will have a story that I'm going to tell on Friday. It'll probably be 2 Fridays from now. And therefore, again, you guys are going to be shocked. You should have a little fun. And don't miss the Friday night live stream in about 2 weeks and a half. All right, let's go. But yeah, support at StopStrugglingNow.com. Support at StopStrugglingNow.com. That would be greatly appreciated. Joe Nay, another investor who's been making smart damn moves like we talked about. He said, you know what, Eric, I'm going to invest. And also, I'm going to have residency in another country. I said, you're damn right. Very good job. Welcome, Joe Nay, to the SSN Nation Money Making Monday live stream. And he says his tagline, good evening, SSN Nation. How is everybody on this Monday? Making Monday. That's right. Tech lords can't keep up with the competition. You damn right they can't. And you knew this was going to happen sooner or later. Again, I used to be a computer geek, everybody. I gave it up because it was bad for business. What do I mean by that? The government on the watch list and all that stuff. You knew that was going to be a thing later on. So I said, you know what? I better get off this computer situation because I have access to, well, a lot of stuff. Let's just put it that way. They were not going to be safe because the industry at the time in the 80s when everything was coming out, we had back doors to damn near everything. So when they brought out their software, everybody would have the software who's somebody that's like a hack type person. We had the software. We had the codes on their software so we could be inside Microsoft. We could be inside Compaq and all these guys, Hewlett Packard, all these guys. And these guys were like, damn, we can't stop them. Well, then that's why they came up with their system right now, because the keys are only with them. Whereas the keys being out in the open, anybody can get a key. And once you have the key, then you can always open up the software. So they had to change that model, right? Okay, they do that. So what comes next is the open road. Well, I call it open road, but the dark web comes next, where people say, okay, I'm going to set up something on my servers in the back office. So then you're going to have a code to get in, but we're going to vet you. You got to be one of the bad guys or pseudo bad guys, because otherwise you can't get in. Well, you get in, now all of a sudden you have a whole world of bad business. People are giving away all kind of stuff, social security numbers. They're giving out people's bank account numbers. They're giving out all kind of stuff. That's why the banking system had to change. All of this is because these guys continually do not want to do what they need to do. Just like what we have now. Facial recognition is now going to be used. The rest of the world's been using it years ago. When you come in to the country, when you leave the country, when you go to banks, when you do all this other stuff. China's been doing it for the last 10 years. And so, like I told you guys before, in China, one of the places, you go and run a red light. You go speeding. You go do jaywalking. Guess what? They take it directly out of your bank account. Yeah, you could do whatever you want, but the government's like, okay, we'll just yank it out of your bank account. They've been doing this for like the last 10 years. And America's over here like, oh, we can't keep track of our own defense spending budget. We don't know where like $1 trillion went over the last 20 years. I'm like, you guys are clowns out here. All right, enough. Joe Nay, thank you so much for being in the house. The competition is crazy. I guess POTUS, what's this? Will say DeepSeek is spying. That's exactly what they're going to say. That's exactly what they're going to say. In fact, they're on the Google Play Store, Apple Play Store right now. You can download DeepSeek Chat AI, whatever it's called. But you know exactly what they're going to say. They are going to say it's a Chinese company, so therefore they are getting our information. So you should not be using it. You know it's going to come. If what they're doing is legitimate. See, it doesn't matter right now because nobody believes it's legitimate that they only spent $6 million. Nobody believes they spent, I don't really care what the number is, whether it was $100 million, because it has cost billions for every other company. So even if they said we spent $100 million, people aren't going to believe it. and it's a just as good a product or a tier maybe below, but with open source, guess what? The whole world can help it to be better. There you go. Now you understand the power of a movement. And yes, America will say they're spying just like TikTok. It's going to be the same thing. Just like TikTok being competition, just like Huawei being competition, just like Chinese EV being competition. All of that is the same thing. And these guys, I swear, I don't know what freaking age these dummies are in, but we have a lot of smart people in colleges. We have professors. We have people in America that are very, very smart. But what I don't understand is how can you be so very, very dumb to believe just because you don't give chips to another country that the other country doesn't make chips? You don't think these guys haven't been trying to kick our ass for the last 40 years? And you don't think they've can develop something? And you don't think they've sent their kids or the people that's programming for them to some of our top schools? They're not right now at MIT? Are you serious right now? We had a 30, 40-year runway and you blew it because you're trying to monetize and slow down your development. And now it then came up and hit you in your behind. And now people are panicked on Wall Street. And therefore, just like post-retirement travel said, you're going to have to believe in the United States and you're going to have to buy stocks when they dip like they did today. Yes, sirree, ladies and gentlemen. So therefore, this is Money Making Monday. You want to buy when they go down. You want your dollar cost average to go down. Did you see Nvidia at 116, 117 today after it's what, 130, 135, 140? That is crazy. You see these other AI stocks dropping? You see SoFi drop? That's crazy. I mean, everybody involved with AI, boom, dropped. But rest assured, ladies and gentlemen, once people's head clear and be like, okay, let's just say they did there for $6 million. And it's open source where they can get better faster because the whole rest of the world has access to help them improve. Because we want to see them win. People have stakes in wanting to see them win. I'm going to tell you why. These companies, all these big boys, the Oracles, the Microsofts, the Apples, the Amazons, they've been doing reckless abandon over disrespecting their customer base. Just like Hulu sends notices out, Netflix sends notices out that they're going to charge people more money. Everybody's sending notices out, we're going to charge you more money. After you done already built your network on the back of the customers for the last 10 to 15 years. Their stock prices damn near tripled or doubled or more than doubled, actually. Some of them, let me explain. Nvidia was like $40. $40 in 2020. It went up to over $1,100. Then they did a split to make it around $120, I believe it was, when it split 10 to 1. So a lot of people have made a lot of money just on Nvidia, never mind the other ones. So don't let me get started. This is Money Making Monday. How do you make money? You got to be in the stock market. But then you have to figure out, is this a thing? Are we going to short these stocks like a lot of people did, right? A lot of people won because they shorted a lot of these tech stocks and they won. Now it's up to you to decide, hey, are these guys going to come back? I think they are. Think about it. You know how much it costs to build data centers? High speed, tier 1 access that never goes down? That's a whole nother industry. Do you know how much it costs to build cloud? The cloud networking? That's a whole nother thing. I guess POTUS is going to say that. He's going to say that. You know that. Hey, I'm going to tell you guys something. You know what I find very fascinating? It's something that you guys haven't known me for 30, 40 years, unfortunately, because you would have been hearing me say something in like 1985, 86, when I was telling people, when I found out while I was playing sports, when I was at Sonoma State and we're playing, and the coach says, hey, we're going to have a practice, but we're going to have kids that are going to come in. And you're going to, do that little camp type thing. I'm like, what? Camp type thing. Okay, all right. All right. We'll help out some kids, whatever. But then when we're doing the camp thing, they're like, oh, don't do this. Don't do it like this, Eric. That might be too challenging for them. I was like, I thought we were in here trying to make them better. What do you mean too challenging? What kind of crap is this? So now when he asked me to do it again, I said, hell no, I ain't doing it. I'll be in Sacktown. I'm not coming back for some camp. You're trying to tell me that you want these guys to only have a certain level. You don't want them to level up? And that's about when they started doing this. Oh, we don't want the losers to feel so bad, so we got to give everybody a trophy. I was like, do you not understand what you're doing to society right now? Everybody thinks they're a winner when they don't know jack crap. I said, do you understand when they get to be older, this is going to be very, very bad. So yes, ladies and gentlemen, those little 10-year-olds, those that are 15 years old, 40 years later, they're your congressmen, they're your president, they're people out there who win by failing. That is a problem, and that's where we're at right now. We have a whole bunch of people who think they're very smart because somebody put something on X. Somebody's a president who thinks that he knows everything when all he has ever done is fail. Upward, by the way, but that's what happens with rich people. This is the type of thing that drives me crazy right now, watching the implosion occur. And this is why you only have 2.5 years. Well, actually, that's over. You have 2 years now, ladies and gentlemen. You better be buying assets. The stock market is for the rich. They will never let that go boom. That will never completely blow up. Banking, your money better not be in a bank. They will always bail out a bank, but that doesn't mean they're going to be bailing you out, Mr. and Mrs. We only going to cover up to 150,000, 250,000. And then when SHIT hits the fan, then all of a sudden, oh, we can't cover everybody. I'm sorry. But you guys know what happened when that bank in the tech era over there a couple years back, when that bank went belly up and people had millions of dollars in there? The FDIC somehow covered over the amount that they're supposed to. They had no issue. And somebody was withdrawing money. If I take the woman at her word, when she said, oh, I heard that the bank was going down and it was like 7 at night and I was able to wire out at 7 at night millions of dollars, I was like, she's lying. I'm like, that's BS, because everybody knows if you try to wire after 2 p.m. on the West Coast, your wire can't go out till the next day. So she must have something special going on, and to be able to wire at 7 p.m. at night Pacific time. That ought to make you think, ladies and gentlemen. All right, I'm fired up tonight because I see all kind of things going on, and it's driving me crazy. This is what I talked about 5 years ago. The middle class was going to be wiped out. Well, now the upper middle class and the top 15% of the wealthiest, that means 85% of Americans are going to be living paycheck to paycheck in less than 2 years. You better get your assets in order right now. All right? I have to be adamant about this every Monday night, every Wednesday night, every Friday night. And you guys know to be here. Eggs are too high. Fruit and veggies will get high. Electricity bill went up. Protest in the streets. Invest. You have no choice. What I'm trying to say, ladies and gentlemen, is this simple. If we have 70 to 78% of people living paycheck to paycheck right now, which is what the number is, that means there's a limited amount of people who have disposable income to invest. You're going to be inundated. So I'll give you a simple example. If you make $3,000 per month and you have to live paycheck to paycheck after everything is spent, what's going to happen if everything moves 20% more like what's about to happen? The fruits and veggies, they already went higher because of the 25% tariffs on Mexico and Canada, where we get a bulk of our dairy and fruits and veggies and all that from. That means now 20% more of whatever you spend. Most people spend, if you're a family, $500, $600 per month. Can you afford a fourth of that increase? Or even 10% of it? So you spend 500 or 600, now it's all of a sudden 660, 700, and you already were living paycheck to paycheck. So you guys can easily see when I told you guys last year that it's going to be 80 to 85% living paycheck to paycheck in less than 2.5 years at that time. Now it's less than 2 years. You can easily see where this is going. All right. So thank you for bringing it up, because you have no choice. You're going to have to invest in passive income. You're going to have to invest in businesses that you get a return on. But there's no guarantee. So you're going to have to be diversified. You're going to have 5 or 6 or 7 businesses. That's how it works. Oh, by the way, in the background, I want to give a shout out. My brother has his memorial on February 1st. So in the background over here, that's Star Cruiser Falcon Book 1. That's right. It's a sci-fi. I just realized on Amazon, it was set up under ebooks for free. I'm just saying. And then if you actually want, I think it was you can order it on, oh man, Kindle. Kindle was either free or something was either free. And one was only $2.75. Star Cruiser Falcon 2, Duran Drake is the author, which is my brother. That's the second edition. Star Cruiser Falcon 2 Degeneration. You can find those also online, but most places they actually charge because iUniverse promotes it. And it's in digital format, so they get to keep some of that money. I don't know. I haven't ran into his contract yet, but iUniverse is self-publishing. So I don't know where proceeds would go, but I do know they are allowed to promote it. So that's part of being, that we'll talk about. That's intellectual property rights. That's part of his estate. So think about that. So now we have to make sure that we have his estate in order for receiving any royalties, any commissions, because you never know. One day they could wake up and you could be like, hey, some movie guy's calling, or some Netflix guy is calling, or Amazon guy who has MGM Studios, they're calling because they need content. You never know. And luckily, which is awesome, I found some of his manuscripts, which was awesome. That was awesome. All right, Brian P., Mr. Dividend has arrived. He's been enjoying life over the last 2.5 years. Welcome to the SSN Nation Money Making Monday live stream. He's been this man, the CEO of his life, ladies and gentlemen. He said, you know what, Eric, I'm going all in on YieldMax ETFs. I like getting $2,000, $3,000, $4,000, $5,000 per month. But yes, he put in a lot of money. It could be $100,000. But let me ask you something. Would you put in $100,000 to get $50,000 a year? Passively? I think most people are going to say, I think I would. I think I would. That's what we're talking about here. Bring his tagline. Happy day, Eric. Thank you. I hope all is well with you. Yes, it is, man. Happy day, SSN family. Smash that like button. That's right. Let me know if you guys also saw the trailer. That'd be greatly appreciated. In fact, let me go check. Is that even up? Yep. Trailer's up. So you guys hopefully saw the trailer. Oh, by the way, man, I'm over here. Mac Reynolds, I see you over there on Instagram. Stare into my eyes. Oh my, that is tempting. I wonder who that is. Thank you so much for being at Instagram, and all you guys on Twitch, all you guys at SSN Nation Podcast. I appreciate you guys showing nothing but love out here. All right, let's go. Now, all I'm going to say is those books over my shoulder, I'm going to be showing a little promo up until February 1st. I'll probably have it behind me. So go over there, read them, buy whatever. They're not that expensive online right now. They were never, since it was self-published, and therefore it was marketed softly. He would have to promote it mostly himself, go out. He didn't even want to come on the show to talk about it, which was kind of weird, because I told him, I said, hey, man, you should come on because then you can help people with publishing and things like that. But he's like, enigmatic figure. You know, some people don't want to be like out on camera and this, that, and the other. But that was his choice. Now, here we go. Hey, Eric, from Brian P. I hope you liked the emails. Yes, man, I did. And in fact, I'm going to be making some videos about that as soon as I get the rest of the house cleaned up, which I'm hoping it's going to be by Thursday. It's been a chore, man. It's been a chore. All right, check your emails. I did earlier today, but unfortunately, I had to go drop things at the homeless shelters. I had to do some things that I couldn't be home to do, and I wanted to even talk about it tonight, so we may get there. We are making money in here, you damn right. That's what we like to do out here. All right. And by the way, we have real estate investing. I have bad news. My phone battery kept dying tonight. Dividend reinvestments. You're damn right, Joe Nay. Ting, ting, ting. That's right. Get your free shares of stock from Robinhood and Webull, please, ladies and gentlemen. Down below in the description box, there are the links. Robinhood gives you one free share of stock. Webull always has promotions. They could give you 15 partial shares, 15 full shares, 20 partial shares. I mean, you just never know what the promotion is, but use the link down below in the description box. That would be greatly appreciated. And therefore, we get an affiliate link in that. And if you want some of this gear like this or gear like this, then you guys know where to go. You know where to go. StopStrugglingNow.com website, and you'll get it there. All right. Oh, speaking of that, dividend investing, real estate investing. Check this out. Microsoft earnings from post-retirement travel come out this Wednesday. That can be another market mover, taking calculated risk with the market, the only way to come out on top. Exactly. He's exactly right, especially when you have a dip like this. This is like, in most cases, 10 to 15% dip. These companies are trillion-dollar companies. You know what makes them dangerous? Is that they have so much profit that they can take L's, so to speak. So in other words, all these, let's say DeepSeek, it's legitimate and it only costs $6 million. Fine. Their money's already spent. But now their money turns to, it's going to cost them also $7 million now. $8 million now. They don't have to spend the billions. So now what do you think they're going to spend the billions on? Something else. So they can stay ahead. They have a huge advantage. That's what people keep forgetting. This isn't like you and me where we could be devastated because we don't have the capital to make some other moves. What they're going to do is, if DeepSeek is truly what they are, then it's conceivable that a United States company would say, hey, man, we'll give you $120 billion. I mean, it's conceivable. They're going to do what they always do. Let's just take out the competition. We'll buy you. You scared us, but hey, we have to give you $100 billion, right? They say, well, no, we want 400. Here's 400 billion then. That's how it works. All right. But he's right about this. You have to invest, ladies and gentlemen. Get yourself a little bit of gold and silver. I say a little because you can't carry it with you. That's the problem. Then you need some gold and silver. Platinum, palladium is fine too. Then you're going to need some real estate somewhere. In fact, not just somewhere. You need real estate inside the USA and you need real estate outside the USA. You need income possibilities outside of the United States. So we've already talked about 3-4 things that you need. You need your duffel bag of cash buried somewhere. Because again, a lot of people are like, yeah, I got all my money in a safe, and I just laugh. I'm like, how's that going to work for you when somebody comes knocking at your door with about 30, 40 people and they got weapons? You think that safe is going to matter at that point? Let alone, are you going to be able to get into the safe after somebody has a gun to your head and the rest of your family saying, open the damn thing? Or we're going to kill you? Or forget that. We'll just kill your kid over here. I mean, come on, seriously? Stop it. Please. You better figure out some other spot. All right? That's all I'm going to say. All right? You can only shoot so many weapons. Because when you got to go reload and go to your safe to go get it and all this BS, guess what? I just advanced another 20, 30 yards on your ass. I'm just saying, all right? Let's just keep this real. Now, you never know what's going to happen, but things are going around the world that is not very nice. All right. But he's right. Post-retirement travel has it exactly right. Oh, by the way, click on post-retirement travel's icon and go subscribe to his channel because he's going to be Mr. Worldwide. And also, please go over to Instagram and sign up for post-retirement travel and follow, and go over to Stop Struggling Now and follow on Instagram. So then that way, people can watch our live streams on Instagram like they're watching right now. Now, I got some news and announcements to make. If you guys haven't been paying attention to Larimar, which is real estate investing in the Dominican Republic, I got news that I am not liking. I just can't believe that they're doing all these effed up moves, in my opinion. Now, the only reason I say it's effed up is because I saw something that was going to be so spectacular that I had such high hopes, high dreams. I put them in the Ellen Icon ilk. I put them into the TRX over and in Malaysia. They were in the top 5 projects in the freaking world if they would have built Larimar like they described 2.5 years ago. We'll get into that in a second because I have other chats that we need to check out right now. Hey, Eric, Bitcoin's DeepSeek triggered sell-off is a buy the dip opportunity, analysts say. Exactly, they're exactly right. Because once you realize all the people going, ooh, I got to jump out windows, I'm sitting there like, guys, so what if they got chat GPT? Everybody has that. The only difference is the rest of the big boys have trillions of revenue coming in. So therefore, they don't care. It's already sent. They already have their profit. So now all they're going to say is, okay, you got OpenAI. We'll go in there and mess it and put in our own stuff if it's that good. So they're going to have it within a 6-month period to 8-month period. Come on now. The question I keep saying is, who does DeepSeek have cloud computing? Doubtful. Do they have how many GPU units do they need to make that $6 million situation that they use? $6 million of developmental money, allegedly. Where's their GPUs at? Can they scale up faster, better? Because all the companies can always scale up faster and better. But can they keep up? They don't have the hundreds of millions, hundreds of billions of dollars at their disposal. Nor do they have cloud computing, nor do they have GPUs, nor do they have agreements. These are the type of things that, even though this might be awesome, ultimately it's going to be awesome just like a Yahoo versus Google situation. You're out there, you did something awesome, you're smaller. Google is stumbling about because they're the big giant even at the time in the 90s, but see, Yahoo outmaneuvered them. And Microsoft was in the mix as well. But then Google came out of nowhere and said, hey, we got this, guys. We're going to be the ultimate search engine. Come check us out. And the rest is history, right? And then you had Firefox. You had all these other guys with these browsers and things like that. But for all intents and purposes, whenever you have Xerox, remember Xerox back in the day meant scanner, copy machine, when in fact it was a company. But everybody said Xerox, just like a hot tub. Everybody says jacuzzi. Jacuzzi was a company. So when somebody says search, they don't say, hey man, go search. They say Google, go Google. See, that's the difference. That's how you know you took over the marketplace, when your name is synonymous with what you need to do. Nobody has to say anything. Hey man, I need a Xerox. Everybody knew back then it's a copy. Hey man, we're going to go to the jacuzzi. Everybody wasn't going, what jacuzzi? Who jacuzzi? They're like, oh yeah, jacuzzi. We know what a jacuzzi is. They're not saying we're going to a hot tub. No, it was like, hey man, we're going to go get in the jacuzzi. Just like people say right now. Even though you'll never hardly see a jacuzzi hot tub brand, even though they're still around. So that's how funny this is. So this is the same thing with Chat GPT. There's no company that you go, oh, I'm just going to, you go OpenAI. Okay. OpenAI, they're number one. Okay, fine. But nobody associates with a name yet. That means it's still wide open. And that's where this is going to be very interesting over the next year. But I expect to come back sometime in this later this week once people realize, okay, so what? So what? These guys did that. Who cares? They have nothing else. So where are they going to make their money from? Because ChatGPT's up already, right? Okay, now let's get into the Larimar situation because a lot of people here in the SSN Nation invested in Larimar. You know what? I'm not even gonna talk about this that much. Hold on a second. Hold on. Hold on a second. I gotta go do something here real quick. Oh yeah, by the way, you can get this SSN Nation, this gear also. Instagram, you can get it on Instagram, by the way, in the store. And also, stopstrugglingnow.com. Get your gear, ladies and gentlemen. You always need it. All right. So I'm going to go to Instagram. And I'm at, oh, wait, what's happening here? Why is this doing this? This is interesting. Why is Instagram unsafe? That's weird. I'm going to go to Larimar City because this is something that's weird right now. Larimar City is posting. They're posting Juan Andreas. They're posting his video, which I'm like, that's weird. Why wouldn't they post the video themselves? So let me see if I can wait. Why can't I find them? Oh, okay. I'm gonna put them on screen in a second. So I'm gonna let you guys see. Well, okay, I guess he speaks Spanish. So maybe some of you may speak Spanish, so you may know what he says, but I'm gonna show you what the translation is. Wait a minute. Hold on a second. Okay. Actually, it's not even on the Larimar City Instagram. I have to go to Juan Andreas himself. I have to go to his channel. That's crazy. That's crazy. So check this out. This is incredible to me. Oh, hold on. I need to post. I need a post. Oh, some people started saying something. There's only 3 comments. Okay, let's see here. Okay, so here's going to be the update for Prime Towers. Check this out. All right, check this out. This is going to be cool. Where's it at? Share this tab instead. Where's the tab at? There we go. Okay, look at this. Progress of jobs in Prime Towers at Larimar City. We continue. Now remember, it's been a month. Almost. No, it's been a month, right? Yeah, it's the end of January. It's been a month. This is where they're at right now after they put these cranes in. Look. I don't see any materials, ladies and gentlemen. I'm looking for material. I'm looking for blocks. I'm looking for panels. I'm looking for something. They're still digging. They're still digging over here. Look at this. All that rah shish goomba. I'm like, they're going to go with the underground parking, which again, I'm not a big fan in rainy areas, but okay. They're going with underground parking, but we're going to be in February 1st in about 5 days. So there is no way they're going to be doing this in 11 months. So I don't know what this is, but that's the first thing. That's number one. I'm like, okay, this is nice, but I don't see any foundational stuff going on here. I understand it's going to be rough. There's a lot of rocks. I'm not going to be too mad, but the point is this is not 2026 even. And here's what else happens. So I'm going to another one. Construction of a pool of the restaurant. The first of many. Look at this. And by the way, he said something about a pool that's supposed to be, what do you call those pools? I want to call them zero forms, but that's not what I want to call them. But anyhow, he's talking about the pool that looks like the water is just going over the side. It just sees straight. I'm looking at this like I I I don't know what this is supposed to be. I don't really care about pools right now. My thing is you can build a pool in freaking 3-4 months. So you have pools there. You have a restaurant. Well, I don't know when you can build a restaurant either. 4, 5, 6 months maybe. I don't know. But who cares if you have a restaurant and a pool there when nobody lives there? Why are people going to drive out there to go eat at the restaurant and go to the pool when you can actually go to the beach? And most likely wherever people stay, they already have a pool. So I don't understand why I would do that and why this is a concentration. I'm like, this makes no sense to me. But you guys can see it over here. Or can you? Hold on. Maybe you can't. Hold on. I didn't even have it up on screen. Oh, I did, but not good enough. Check this out. Let me know what you guys think about this. Hold on. Let's get this up. We got to do a spotlight. What's happening? Give me a spotlight, gentlemen. Can't get it up. There we go. So this is the pool right here. The restaurant and a pool. I don't understand. Somebody's going to have to explain this strategy to me. This makes zero sense to me. Construction of a pool of the restaurant, origin at Larimar City, the First Amendment. Okay, that's great, but nobody really, I mean, to me, I'm thinking, yes, it's nice we have a pool, but I know I can build a pool in, let's just call it 6 months. It's not even going to take that long, but let's just say it's 6 months. In 6 months, nobody's living there anyhow. So why do I care about a pool? And why do I care about a restaurant? If I'm not driving out there to go eat when I'm passing a freaking 100 places to eat, that doesn't make much sense to me. But okay, this is a start. People are going to get excited, but this is not I want to see buildings where people are going to live. I want to see where people are going to be shopping, maybe like that, or that golf course, or that sports complex. I need to see where people are going to. I need to see H1, 4 prime towers. I need to see foundations. I need to see structures being built before I worry about a pool that I can build in 6 months or less. I'll understand this, but then you'll understand this after I show you what's next, because I was horrified. I was horrified. This is why I was horrified right here. Do you guys see this? Can you see this right now? I was horrified. No, you can't see it, can you? Let me see something right now. Can I? Let me see if you can see it. I don't think you can. Hold on. Oh, you can see it. We offer complete turnkey buildings for developer who want to sell with their own brand within Larimar City. I'm like, wait, what is this? This came out 1 day ago. I'm like, what do you mean? I thought they were supposed to be developers. I thought they were building the whole thing. Except for the hotels, of course. Except for maybe the hospital, of course. Of course, I mean, the school, maybe not. But I thought this was their baby. I thought they were doing the whole thing. Now, all of a sudden, he says this. And on Larimar City's website, they don't even have these videos. So people who are owners at Larimar City and follow Larimar City know nothing about this. And I'm sitting here like, is this for real right now? We offer complete turnkey buildings for developer who want to sell with their own brand within Larimar City. I'm thinking, okay, so I don't have a real problem with that, but I do. The problem I have with that is they were the ones saying they are builders. They're going to build the whole thing. Now you're telling me, oh no, Eric, we're like Vistacana. I'm like, well, if you're going to be like Vistacana, who developers can come in and build their own projects inside Vistacana, again, why am I going out 20 kilometers or whatever it is when I could buy at Vistacana and be right near downtown and the beach? I mean, yeah, the ocean view from the cliff is awesome, but that doesn't surpass me being able to get to the beach in 10 minutes and have beach clubs and have our own beaches and have our own man-made beaches. I mean, it's the same thing. Sports complex. Larimar has sports complex, allegedly. 9-hole golf course or 18-hole golf course. Okay, Vistacana has a 9-hole golf course. So now you're going to say, okay, Eric, you're going to have horseback riding like Vistacana now? You're going to have a school, allegedly, like Vistacana. You're going to have a shopping area like Vistacana. I mean, I'm trying to figure out what delineates you from Vistacana at this point. If you're going to allow developers to come in and do their own branding like Vistacana, I'm like, I don't understand. So you're going to have, at this point, I don't even know what they're doing. Are they still going to do like 3 kilometers of a boardwalk? And now on the boardwalk, they're just going to have restaurant, hotels, and pools and beach clubs? I'm like, I can be at any beach in DR damn near and walk past the beach and beach clubs and be on the beach. I mean, I'm not following this at all anymore. Changing up what I thought was going to be one complex that was going to be cohesive like they showed in their renderings for the last 2.5 years. I thought that was it. You guys were building it. And then we're all trying to figure out how you're going to build everything so fast because it takes time to build 10, 17-story buildings, 16-story buildings. It takes time. So now we know they're not going to be building all of them. So therefore, they'll be able to do things like Vistacana where you could have 5 developers working in certain sections of the land. And by the way, they have 835 acres at Larimar, and Vistacana has over 1,000, just so everybody understands. I think Vistacana may be 1,300 acres. So there's a 500-acre difference. Now, in case people don't understand the difference, 40 acres by 40 acres is a half mile. All right? You'll drive a half mile for 40 by 40. So 80 by 80 is a full mile. So that just gives you an idea, right? 80 by 80 is 640 acres. So just giving you an idea how much bigger Vistacana is than Larimar right now. Not saying Larimar could be buying other land around them, I guess, too. So they could be as large, but they're not right now. But the fact of the matter is this is huge. That he has said this one day ago, and it's nowhere on Larimar City's site. And now I'm like, well then, this defeats the whole thing of what you were doing. We thought you were going to be like Cruise on Land in essence, where you're doing everything, and it's your specs. Everything you guys said over the last 2.5 years is not what you're doing. It's something different now, in my opinion. So again, let me know what you guys think, because I'm not with none of. I don't like this because you guys know how much I like Vistacana, and this is Vistacana 2.0. So who's going to do it better? I have no idea. But the point of the matter is Vistacana is up and operational. They have horseback riding. They have a 9-hole golf course. They have a saltwater man-made beach. They have a fishing lake, a freshwater lake. They have a Vistacana Beach Club. They have Yak Lounge. They have Yak Lounge where you can get drinks and coffee, pastries. Now, they have Valari, which is a restaurant. They have the aerobic center. They have the kids' playground all at Vistacana. They have an events room at the Vistacana Beach Club. And in about another year, they're going to have a shopping center right when you turn in at Vistacana. They already have a Vistacana Business Center, but that took 5 years. All these things that I'm talking about, well, actually, they didn't take 5 years because some of them was built well before 5 years, like the Vistacana Business Center, well before 5 years. The man-made beach, well before 5 years. The freshwater lake, well before 5 years. The Vistacana Beach Club, well before 5 years. So that there's all these things. Now, Panorama Lake, 4 years. Panorama Garden, 5 years. Panorama Park, 5 years. So there's a lot of other things that have already been built inside there, but it's 4 or 5 years. And there's still going to be some other things that's going to take 6 years or 7 years. So now what you're telling me is you're going to be on that same timeline. So this place is not going to be built out in a 10-year time frame. It's going to take who knows how long, because you're going to start selling plots. And now you're going to have to get people to come up there. And the developer has to be willing to say, you know what, I want to bust rocks. More than likely on this parcel, I got to bust rocks, and that's going to take me some time. All of this kind of drives me crazy because these guys acted like they were top dog in building from all over the world. They said, we do this. We're good. You don't believe. And I kept saying, I don't believe. And now I really know I should not have believed, because now you're telling me other developers are building this stuff. You guys aren't, which now means the timeline is unknown on when some developer will buy a parcel of land out in Verone that has no water lines, no sewer lines, no electricity out there yet, by the way. So where am I going to start seeing those lines, in the road, in the side of the road that has to be dug up to put in sewer? When are we going to see those? And now you're going to have approval for each parcel that you're going to sell, by the way, because that means you're subdividing. That means you're not doing the full 835 acres yourself. So you have to subdivide it to give them a deed and title separately. So that means they have to wait to get their permits until it's separated, I'm assuming, because in America, you can't just go out on somebody's property and go, hey, man, can I go down to the builder's office, permit office, and go, hey, man, you know those 800 acres over there? I got like 20 acres there. And can I get a permit to build something? They're going to look at you like, have you lost your freaking mind? You don't own title. What are you saying right now? We have it under one APN number, parcel number. You're not building nothing. Have you lost your freaking mind right now? So now that means, I don't know in DR. So again, all I know is in America, this would be some wild stuff right now. Because you would have to subdivide it. You're not just going to be able to go, oh, okay, well, here's your 20 acres. Here's your 5 acres. Here's your 4 acres. Oh, yeah, go have at it. And you're going to go downtown and be like, hey, man, I got these parcels inside here. And they're going to look at you like, what parcel? We see one 800-acre parcel. What are you talking about? No, we're buying this. See here, our agreement. They're going to look at you like, have you lost your mind right now? I'm just saying, this just reeks of, I should just say it this way. This just reeks of amateur hour. That's what this has reeks of. All right. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, enough. I'm off on that right now. I just got bent when I saw that earlier today. I was just like, oh, you guys done changed up and ain't telling nobody. Post-retirement travel. Okay, we went on that Microsoft earnings. We're going to find out in 2 days how that's going to turn up. Wait. What's this here? Did I miss this? Carrot, deep sea triggered sell-off is a buy with dip. Okay, we saw that one too. Let me see. Can I I didn't realize I could do that. Let's see. All right, so they're building a pool and part of the clubhouse. No. Post-retirement travel, that's not what they're doing, man. If so, I'm thinking it should be done with at least phase 1. Yeah, no, it's not that, man. What they're doing is, when I was there in December 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th, I actually spoke with him. He at that time said, oh man, you got to see, we're going to be building a restaurant up at the cliff. But he had to run out. So I was like, that's cool, but why? I was like, I said, I don't, and then he's like, oh man, I got to go. I said, yeah, I got to talk to you, but we never got a chance to talk. But I didn't understand why they're building a restaurant. That makes zero sense to me. So you're going to call it a beach club. Let's call it a beach club. So they're going to put in their beach or their man-made pool and a restaurant. Nobody's going to live there. The pool in this restaurant probably can be made in 6, 7, 8 months. They are not building 17-story towers in 6, 7, 8 months. So great. So when people come up there, they have a place to eat. They have a restaurant. I guess it's for promotional purposes. I don't know. I really don't know at this point. Because with him announcing that developers can come buy inside Larimar now and build, I don't know what this means. Because there's no infrastructure as far as I know. So if I'm a developer, I don't understand why I would be anxiously going up to Verone to buy a 5 acres in the middle of nowhere or 10 with no water, no sewer, no electrical, I'm assuming, and you saying, "Oh yeah, we're going to build the streets." When? When are you bringing me the electric? I can't do anything. Are you serious? I mean, this doesn't even make any sense, man. This is like starting. So I have to start, and when you start, you're going to have to figure out where's the water, sewer, electrical going to be? Where's it coming from? You're going to have coordinates of some sort. And it just can't be on a piece of paper. Well, I guess it could. But the point is, now you have to have that exact. Because if you build things trying to pipe in, link into sewers, link into the electrical grid and all this, it has to be pretty exact. You just can't. I mean, this is crazy to me. This is just crazy. Crazy. And you have to have roads or some way that they're going to be able to move their equipment to these parcels that, as far as I can tell, you're going to have to cut down a bunch of trees. They're going to have to bust up a lot of rocks. And they're not going to even know what they have until they start breaking ground. Most likely busting up volcanic rocks. So no, that's the point. They're trying to build this restaurant and pool area, and they will, and it's going to be ready. Like I said, I would think 6 to 7 months. I don't see why it would take longer. Maybe even 8 months. It doesn't really matter. Let's just say December 31st, it'll be done. This section. The problem I have is, great, you have that, but you have nothing else. And now you're waiting on the other developers. We have history. We know if another developer shows up at Larimar right now, let's just say the best case scenario, they can subdivide it, the guy has it, and when is the guy going to start building? Traditionally, he has to go through the permit process. So we now know we don't know the answer. It could be 1 year, 1 year, half year, 2 years before they even start building, 2.5 to 3 years after that. So we're talking about 5 years. That's 2030. If this goes on track with stuff that has happened inside Vistacana, you're talking about 2030 for anybody that starts now. I mean, this makes no sense to me. So they get off the hook. So when things weren't going to be built till 2030, 2032, with 2035, now they're looking like, oh, no, we weren't going to build the whole thing. We're going to have other people build them. So now we're not in it. Just like the owners at Vistacana, they're not in it. We just sold the parcels. However long it takes, we ain't in it. That's not us. They bought the parcels from us. You go deal with them. And so now people who bought stuff at Vistacana in 2019, 2018, their stuff shows up, but it's 6 years later, 7 years later. Vistacana, Panorama Lakes, 5.5 years later. Panorama Garden, Panorama Park, 5 years later. Sabana, they have horseback riding, but all of their stuff isn't done. 3.5, 4 years later. So all of this adds up, ladies and gentlemen. So I don't know what they're doing. There's a track record. And if there's a slowdown, Divine Transit, I see you. Greetings, King. Thank you so much, my man. And everybody, don't forget, speaking of the King, SSN Nation Gear is at Instagram, the store there under Stop Struggling Now, or you can go to stopstrugglingnow.com. Now, let's get into something else. Speaking of Larimar and Punta Cana, we have our Punta Cana Investors Forum May 13th, 14th, and 15th. So guess what? Am I going to be yelled at for going out there then? Probably. But I have a lot to talk about when I go back this time. I got somebody I need to see. Again, Somebody that talked mess when I was at the cliff last time. You don't believe, get out of here. You talk bad about us, yada, 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 yada. Dude, I haven't even begun to talk bad yet. I've been trying to give you guys a little grace, thinking that you guys were going to do the right thing. But no, you don't want to do the right thing. You guys are out there talking crazy. And now you're going to look kind of foolish in about T minus 8 months, because even if you have a panel situation, you cannot build 4 17-story towers in 4 months or 7 months or 10 months, or you got 11 months. You can't do it. So I'm just saying, not with the equipment I'm seeing out there right now, because you're going to need some people and a lot more equipment to do some 17-story buildings in even 6 months. And to do 4 of them, no, sorry, 5 of them, because Horizon 1, there's not going to be a Horizon 2 in the plans. I mean, I can't even believe you guys haven't sent out any information to people and let them know that there's been a reorganization. All right, they're not watching anyhow. But I'm just saying, this is what I have a problem with. Now, you guys can go to SSN Lifestyle, Stop Struggling Now, and come join me and some other SSN Nation members. Go over to stopstrugglingnow.com to get your tickets May 13th, 14th, and 15th. We go see lawyers. In fact, I've kind of revamped some of my thinking and my hostility, because I have hostility for one group of people there that I'm still probably gonna have some people come with me that I need. But I'm thinking I need to see the lawyers May 13th. So that's where I'm kind of moved things back to May 13th, because when I go see the lawyers, I have something to talk about. I have several things to talk about. And these guys who have not wanting to give my money back, which is Larimar 2, and some other people that owe me money, I'm going to actually talk with them, because I tried not to go the legal route because it's a waste of money. But I need to find out how much it would be if I'm going to go the legal route. So I know it might not be that much. So if we're talking about hundreds versus thousands, just to embarrass people, I will go for the embarrassment of people. And then I'm going to talk big, big, big SHIT. And then we'll see how it goes from there. And then we'll determine at that point what we're going to do. We'll find out, because I give people another 5 months. And then I'll be there. And I do things the Muslim way. When I see you, I'm going to tell you what I'm going to do. And after that, it's on. I throw up my hands in the air. My negotiations, my chit chat, my talk, all that, I don't talk after May 13th, 14th, 15th. That's it. No talking. We are now at the art of war. Engage. That's what's going to happen. So we're going to go that route. So I'm going to go another 3-4 months. Some people only have like 5 or 6 days. I will say that. One person has 5 or 6 days. They sent me back a message today. I did not read it because I didn't want to have to be upset jacking them tonight. I figured I will wait. I don't want to be upset. I'm upset enough dealing with the situation at hand with the family members. Because remember, ladies and gentlemen, there's something I should explain if I haven't already. The situation here at my house was my brother stayed with my mom so long, right? Always. And they always lived here in Atlanta. I never lived in Atlanta, as I told you guys. So when I tried to throw out or remove anything that belonged to my mother, my brother would always get like freaked out. So I figured it might have been, like I told you guys, some of you might have heard this before. I thought it was part of his grieving process. And we still had to deal with probate over all this time, 2 years and 9 months. And in fact, I didn't even realize it was 2 years and 11 months since my mom passed away is how long the probate took. But the probate actually started in March or April of 2022. So that's why I say it was 2 years, 9 months. But the fact of the matter is, the whole time it was not resolved fully. So I gave him a little, I was like, okay, whatever. It's pretty much, your house, whatever. I don't really care, man. If you want to leave all this stuff in here of mom's, that's fine. But she had closets full of stuff, rooms full of stuff. I mean, it was crazy, right? So all of it's been in the garage, a large percentage of it. So now when he passes away, There's a large percentage of the whole house is my mom and my brother, basically. Everything is damn near. All right. Damn near everything. So, except I brought clothes, car, and got a new bed, but that's it. I mean, so everything in the house is basically theirs stuff. And some of my stuff, obviously, from when I was much younger, but that's only like a handful of things that you can carry out, right? It's not like there's something major here. So that's the thing. So now it's her stuff and his stuff, and it's crazy, crazy to try to get everything done. And now I have a timeline. So that's why I didn't want to check this out tonight, because I might even be more off the rails. All right. I don't have it in me for anything over 2027. Damn. Will be too much pressure on my heart. Hey, man. First of all, I want to warn people about something. Again, I am not optimistic about the real estate market. Do you guys understand the bond market? 10-year bond is at 4.5. That means mortgage rates are not going to be below 4.5 or 4.0. They're going to be higher. That means it's going to continue to stay at that rate for homes, which is a liability, so it's a good thing. But the fact of the matter is, it doesn't help if you don't make more money anyhow. So here's what the situation is with everything being set up the way it's going right now. Spending money on search and find missions. That's taxpayer money, meaning you're trying to find the quote unquote illegals or whatever you're trying to find. I don't get it. But you're raiding people with ICE, with these organizations. That costs money. Housing these people. So instead of housing them, they said, hold up, we're going to get our friends who have private prisons. And we're going to house these people in the private sector, meaning money-making sector. But guess what? That means we're going to be charged $775 per day per person, like it's 2021 all over again. Oh, sorry, 2018-19 all over again. All right? So that's where this is going. They've already contracted to build more of these detention centers. I'm like, wait, I thought you said you're going to waste money sending them back. Either way, taxpayer money. Where you getting it from and where you printing it from is the same place. Therefore, the cost of inflation is going to rise. All of this is inflationary. 25% T minus 5 days implemented officially with Canada and Mexico. Tariffs incoming with China. Tariff wars incoming. Do you understand that American citizens are under siege for their very last dollar? That means the biggest market for the Dominican Republic are Canadian and American citizens. They're the ones with the money to invest the majority of the time. If that goes away, the Dominican Republic real estate market, as you know it, has to decrease. It's not possible that it's going to go up because you got an extra 200,000 people coming from the Eurozone, or the extra 400,000 people, or a million, when you have 4.4 million people coming from the United States, like in 2024. And if that goes down to 2 million or 2.5 million because of the state of our economic situation here in America, that's going to be a problem for future sales. And with the hundreds of thousands of people that have already purchased there, they are the mouthpiece to over 1 million people, because you tell 3 or 4 other people how your project has been going. So over the last 5 years, people have said, well, man, I bought in 2020. It was supposed to be built in 2023, and it's still not built. Well, then now people are like, I don't want to invest over there if that's the situation. What did they tell you? They told me, it's going to cost me more money. What? It's going to cost you more money because they're late? Yeah, because materials cost more now. So now I got to pay an extra 20% or an extra 10%, extra 18%, extra 15%, extra 28%. I mean, this is crazy. So you start telling hundreds of thousands of potential investors what happens, and they hear it from more than one person. All of a sudden, they're like, hold on, man, I'll just wait till it's built. Now you have less sales. So this is what happens when you don't give a damn about your customer base and you don't implement laws by a country to make sure that you don't lose that customer base. And I fear that everything that they've let go for 5 years, 6 years, is going to come back to haunt them if there's an economic slowdown by United States citizens, which there will be one. It's coming because 25% increase on your fruits and vegetables, like Joe Nay brought up earlier, that's not sustainable for the American citizens anymore. Dairy war with Canada, oil war with Canada, not going to happen. And oh, by the way, I went by the gas pump and guess what? I still saw $2.89 out here. So I know it's probably still in Florida, $3.29. So I don't know what some magical formula that gas prices are supposed to drop and food prices are supposed to drop. But all I'm saying is all that BS is strictly BS when you're not an economics student. So when somebody says you were one of the dumbest students in their class, that's not the guy you want running the government. But unfortunately, here we are because everybody got a trophy in 1980s. This is crazy stuff, man. It's disgusting. Okay. 2027. Was there a will in your case? No. No. No, Victor. Sorry. Post-retirement travel. Remember, we always talk about having a trust here? Plain and simple. Have a trust. My mother had a will. What does that do? Nothing. You still go to probate with the will. The probate now means you go with court time. You go with whatever the court has. You got to go pay your lawyer $5,000 up front or more, depending on what's going on. But $5,000 out the door. Bye bye. So you need a trust, a will automatically. If you do not have a will, such as my brother, at least nothing has surfaced. Well, okay, almost finished cleaning up his desk, all his stuff, went through drawers. I found files. I found everything, not one thing saying will or nothing. Talk to him about it. Hey, man, you have intellectual property. You have books. You need something to set up so then the family can at least do something with your publishing rights and all this. Nope. Set up a trust so they can all be straight. Nope. Hey, man, the house is in your name. If something happens to you, you need to put somebody else's name, another family member's name on the house with joint tenants with right of survivorship, and something happens to you. Nope. No will is just like a will. No will, you're still going to probate. And now you're going by whatever the state laws are. So in our case, we have a parent that's alive. So since he had no children and was never married, then the estate goes to the surviving or the parents. And there's only one surviving parent. So it goes to my parent. So there it is. Except he's got to go down $5,000 to go do probate. And I don't know how much it's going to cost more, but now he's going to have to deal with the book rights, the publishing and the sales at Amazon and all this other stuff, which no information whatsoever. I talked to him about it again. Some people just don't get it. It's one thing not to have a will and you're a resident of a state that has a pretty decent case if you have a will or don't have a will. It's another thing when you're in predatory states such as Georgia that anything can happen. Anything can happen with you having a will, such as if you have a will and you are married. This is the one thing that blows me away with the state of Georgia. You and your husband could be married for 40 years. Your house is paid off. It's free and clear. But in Georgia, your spouse, who is the surviving spouse, can keep no less than 36 or 37%. The spouse that passed away, if they have children, the children are entitled to the other 60 some percent. That's right. So your house that was free and clear now means if it's 400 G's, you owe them 240 plus G's. You are now 65, 75 years old. Where are you going to get that type of money if you don't have it? That means you might be 65, 75 years old having to get a mortgage on your house. Or you sell the house and now you have to move out at your own house that was free and clear and give them 240. You keep 37%, I think it is, or whatever. I mean, that is wild to me. That is wild. And it's disgusting. So luckily, my dad, I believe, got his trust done finally after 7 years telling him to. Crazy. But yeah, you don't want that, man. You don't want to be in probate, period. Because the courts they can do whatever they want. Especially if you have a lot of property or assets, then they string it along. You're going to owe lawyers and you're going to owe the court. I mean, it's ridiculous. We will not win this. Tariff wars with allies and so-called enemies. High debt. Exactly. EU Army General has called for European troops to be stationed in Greenland. I know, man. I know. Can you believe this with our allies? Denmark. I'm just like, and I'm like, are we part of NATO or not? I'm like, what is going on? This is like the Twilight Zone. And people are out here going, doop-de-doo, doop-de-doo. Everything's going to be all right. This dumbass showed up. Everything's going to be fine. I'm like, I still don't understand. Okay, guy's been divorced and married 3 times. 3 baby mamas. 2 immigrants, but is against immigrants. 2 of his wives are immigrants, but against immigrants. He's actually an anchor baby himself, like his son and children are. I'm like, this is wild. This is wild stuff to me. The dude ain't never ran a business other than put his name on something and get royalties or get some sort of money out of it. Anything else that he's ever ran went bankrupt that actually involved him running it like a business. Other than that, that's why he always put his name on something. So then that way he can just keep getting money. He doesn't have to run a business. Oh, but management of a hotel, you just hire people. That's nothing either. So that would be easy to do as well. Just like I can hire management for any of my properties. We can do it for a hotel too. You don't have to run it. You can call up a company and say, hey man, you guys can manage it and you get a percentage. Okay. That's what he does. But it ultimately F's up, just like in Panama. I mean, this is crazy to me. This dude and his minions, a guy that is talking about, oh, we're going to cut off all the fat. I'm like, you are the fat. What are you talking about? You're the one that's been getting subsidies since 1995. What do you mean? You're going to cut everybody else off, but you're glad to take government loans. Sure, you pay them back, but what happened if you don't have the government loan? I'm like in 2008 or 9, you would have been bye-bye if they didn't bail your ass out. I mean, this is insane to me right now. These dudes are running the asylum acting like we got to pay. We got to do everything. We're going to suffer. Meanwhile, they got a free handouts. This is crazy to me. And people are like, yeah, they're for us. I'm like, first of all, if they were for us, then explain how many times they turned down any money from the government because you know any money you received is taxpayer money. Since when did they turn down money? They would have been out of business if they didn't get any money. If they didn't get any loans, they would have been out of business. If they didn't get any tax breaks for 40 years like in New York, like one person who's now president, they'd be out of business. This is insanity right now. If he wouldn't have stiffed people in Atlantic City and took the bank's billions of dollars worth of money instead of paying the contractors, paying people what their wages were and their contracts were written for, he wouldn't have jack crap. This is insanity. It pisses me off that people do dirty shit and still come out ahead and people go, yeah, right, they're the man. I'm like, come on, man. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm at it again. You guys know I can't keep going about this. This is so sad. 5K, are you kidding me? Lawyers aren't my type. I know my brother and I will have to deal with all my parents' properties in Puerto Rico, including rent. Oh no. I know we have to have that discussion. Hey, post-retirement travel. I'm telling you, man. I talked to my mom for 20 plus years. Every now and then we'd have a conversation where she would say, just make sure that your brother's being taken care of and everything's fine. I'm like, why don't you just add him to everything so that way everything's in his name if something happens to you and vice versa. You can always deal with the next, but at least put it in his name so we don't have to worry about nothing. I mean, this is something you will not believe. I've been talking to so many people. There's only one person in 2.5 years that I ran into that has said that their probate went well. And the only reason it did is because the one guy he was the administrator of the estate. He actually did exactly what the will said. So therefore, everybody got what the will said. So if they had something bad to say, it doesn't matter. Everybody got what the will said. He's the only person. Everybody else, people are contesting the will, meaning they get a lawyer, the other person gets a lawyer. Now it's $10,000 put in the pot and rising. And you're splitting the stuff in the first place. It's crazy. It's crazy. So when you say what you just said, it's more than a discussion. They need that stuff in a trust ASAP, like yesterday. And I know what's going to happen in Puerto Rico. The same thing that probably happens with my family and minorities. No, it's okay. It'll work out. It'll be fine. Oh, look, we have a will. See here. You're like, no, it's going to go to court. Don't you understand? And if somebody thinks they deserve more, they're going to hire a lawyer and then they're going to contest it thinking they should get more or try to do some other shenanigans. So it's going to happen. There's no way. People raid the house, take all whatever they can take off that looks like it's valuable, or they've already been checking inventory to find out it's valuable. So they come in and, oh, where's the jewelry at? Where's the gold and silver at? Where's the pictures at? Crazy stuff. Crazy stuff. You wouldn't think it while you're alive. You're talking to people, everything's fine. Oh, by the way, our condolences to Darcy, her mom. You guys know she was talking about trust 4 years ago. Darcy's mom passed away 3 weeks ago, by the way. Her brother, who actually went to go live with his dad in the Philippines when he was growing up, didn't really live with his mom for a large, while he was, getting into high school. I would say around 12 or 13, and didn't really live with his mom. So he moves and has lived in Florida. His mom lives in California. He doesn't care. Darcy goes to her mom's house. Her mom's house, Darcy spends like $150,000 to fix up mom's house. Mind you, him, her brother, and her are 50-50 on the house. Okay, but Darcy spent her own hard-earned money before mom passed away. Puts in pavers, does the fencing, does interior updating, things like this. Okay, that was like 2.5 years ago. Now, mom passes away. Her brother comes over, starts going through the house. He's like, oh, I know mom must have had some money around here. Where's my share of money? Where's this? I know you're hiding stuff. And she's like, wait, it's 50-50. What are you talking about? She's not even in SAC. She's not even there. She's just like, what are you talking about right now? We have a trust. The house is 50-50. Everything is in the trust goes according to the trust. And he's sitting there bitching. Oh, I thought I need this to rehab my house, 100,000. So I want you to sell the house. She's like, I'm not selling the house. I just spent $100 and some odd $1,000. It's supposed to be the family house for people when they come visit. And when our family wants to come visit or hang and be in Sacktown. I don't agree. It's in a trust. I guess she's probably the executor of it. So if we sell the house, we get a split. She's like, it's not going to be sold, but I'm not stealing nothing from you because there's nothing to steal. It's both of our houses. So this is where we're going with this. If she would have been in probate, then he would have had a lawyer. She would have had a lawyer. And you know, it's 50-50. So what would have happened is just what I would have had. May have to do with my mother's house. We might have to force sale. You can do it with the court when there's a probate situation. But again, it's $2,500 to $5,000 just to do that part. So this is what we're talking about that could happen. And it would have happened with her if they didn't have a trust in place. Because her brother was going off the charts. He was already counting money like, oh, I wanted to do rehab on my house, so I want to sell the house. And he hasn't put a dime in with regard to anything. No property taxes, no rehab, no nothing. Her and her mom been paying on that house for 20 years? Something like that. I mean, there might only be like 5 to 7 years left. Because I remember when she got the house, so that's 30 years. Okay, so yeah, she got it like it's probably in the late 90s. So yeah, it has to be like 25 to 26 years. He's never contributed one iota to any of her mom's place. Zero. Not even sending, any care package money. So for him to, when she passes away, act like, oh yeah, this stuff, just sell it. It's my stuff. I want the money and all this. I'm like, man, this is crazy. This happens. But luckily they had a trust. So therefore, it's always going to stay in the family. But if it was up to her brother, he would have tried to push for the sale. He would have gotten it. Sure, it would be like a year from now or a year and a half from now, but he would have gotten it. So all of their plans that they originally had when their brother did not care, I'm never coming back to Cali for the last 25, 30 years. Okay. Now all of a sudden he cares. So see, that's why that discussion, that you should have that discussion like yesterday. But like I said, I know what 9 times out of 10 minorities do. Oh, well, we can talk about it later. And then later turns into a few years. And it turns into, oh my God, we got a problem. And then they pass away. And now you got all this crazy. And especially when you start talking about apartments, that gets dicey. Real dicey. And I don't know how many siblings you have, but each sibling feels like I should get this. I should get that. It's crazy. Yeah, I want to go back to this though. When you said about Larimar, about phase 1, I agree with you on this. It's a restaurant and pool. So again, you're right. It's first phase, but yeah, it's going to be built in 6-7 months. I mean, it shouldn't take any longer than that. It's not like they're building that didn't look like a half an acre pool. That's all I'm trying to say. So that looked just like a little, I couldn't tell how big it's going to be, but it's nothing. Yeah, too much pressure, man. You got that right. I don't like what they're doing at all up there, man. It's disgusting. It's really, really disgusting. Yeah, the will in the case. Yep, exactly. The tariff wars. Yeah, man, incoming. They've already started, actually. It's very bad. You're right. We're not going to win. 5K. Exactly, man. And it could be worse. So I should point this out. When you say parents' properties and PR, including rental apartments, you could you could be in a situation where the guys go, it's $10,000 because you have a complex situation. If you have multiple siblings and they have no will, or they have a will and then others want to contest it, you could have a complex situation because it's not just you and your brother, unless it is. But if you had more siblings and they don't agree, then it could get bad, man. And it could also depend on the laws. I don't know the laws in Puerto Rico because it's not a state, so I don't know what they consider it. I'm pretty sure there's a succession law, but I don't know what it is. Mr. Compensation, welcome to the SSN Nation Money Making Monday live stream. And I see you out here, man. I see you're living up to your name. Finally, Mr. Compensation 365 this year. I want to see it. I'm here for it. I love the shorts. I love the videos. I love the 2 times a day. Go over there, ladies and gentlemen. Show some love. He's coming out of his shell after a few years. He's one of them dogs. But he's one of them dogs that don't know he's the big dog yet. He's been silently getting all the knowledge. He's been silently doing some things, but he doesn't understand how big of a dog he really is. He's got so much stuff in his head. It's incredible, ladies and gentlemen. I'm just waiting for him to say, oh, wait, I am him. Damn it, I am him. That's what I've been saying. My apologies for being late. No apology, man. I understand you got a lot of things to do. In fact, your live stream was almost about 30, 40 minutes before mine. So it's totally understandable, man. I appreciate you being here. Very, very nice of you, man. Hit that like button. I agree with that. No matter where you're at, make sure you smash that like button, ladies and gentlemen, because Mr. Compensation is also over at Instagram and he hit the follow button over there. He's also hit the like button over there. I love that. No matter where you're at, hit the like, the follow, the heart, whatever it takes. Everybody on SSN Nation podcast, do the damn thing. Show some love because you know it's bad out here. It's real in the field. So we'll see how real it is in 2025. Okay, let's go. Good thing it's only 2 of us. That's good. My brother and I, we're both on the same page. Last thing I want is the fight over properties. We both want to keep the real income from the properties continue. Well, that's a great thing, man. But like I said, just because everybody says that, but when people pass away and there's potentially hundreds of thousands or millions of dollars, all of a sudden somebody always thinks I deserve more. Oh, I was here more, so therefore I do that, or you weren't here, or whatever the case may be. So it's always best if they actually put it in a trust, create a trust, and if all of you are on the same input, then you could say, hey man, then make us in the trust, co-executor or whatever, and this is what you lay it out. The properties all go 50-50, whatever the case may be. They should write it out. Don't let it go to probate. Because if they have a will, then you can always contest it. The court can actually do whatever they want. I mean, you just never know. You're putting yourself in harm's way for unnecessarily. Especially if you guys agree. That's even better. That's even better. Do it now, especially if the parents want to do it and you both agree and all you guys are on the same page, 4 people on the same page, then get it done, man. Get it done. It's not that much. I mean, a couple thousand, 3,000 maybe. I mean, especially if you're on the same page, it's not even going to be that hard. Mo Better, another investor's in the house. Welcome to the SSN Nation Money Making Monday live stream. And he says, what's up, SSN family? Hey, man, what's up with you? What's up, E? Hey, you know we here. It's Monday. You here. It's Monday. Thank you so much for being in the house. And we in the building. He's here, ladies and gentlemen. Mo, who just came back from the DR, over there having fun. And he also smashed the like button. How could I forget that? Go over there and smash the like button, everybody. Show some love. Mr. Compensation showing the happy face. That's right, man. You're him. I keep telling you, man, ever since I met you, you were him. Just got to come out the shell. Be him. All right, Mo Better. Larimar looks like it's in trouble. Got the eyes open. Hey, man, I don't know if they're in trouble. I don't know what the hell's going on. I talked about this earlier, Mo. I don't know if you heard, but I sent it in the group where I said, what's this? They're actually having developers build something means they're not going to be using their own money. I guess that's a bailout. They're not even going to go the loan route. They're not going to get loans against their stock. So they're going the other way. They're like, okay, we own the land. We'll let a developer come in and buy the land from us. Now, we know an acre or two could be $1 million. I don't know how much they're selling the land for. But I mean, even if it's 500, they got 800 acres. And I know I don't know what their percentage of land and pool, and I don't even know what they're doing anymore. But the point I'm trying to make is how much of it is actually for sale. So if you have 800 plus acres and you're going to sell 300 acres, and if you figure per acre, whatever that number is, I don't know what the number is up there because it's in the middle of nowhere right now. Let's just say I can't even guess really, but let's just use simple numbers like 150,000 for an acre. Okay, well, you got 60 more of them. So that's 6 million. You can take the 6 million or is that 60 million? 60 million. 60, no, 60, no, that's 6 million. So you can take your 6 million, no liability, the other people build, and then you have money coming in for the units that you're going to build yourself. So you're going to be good. You manage the buildings, right? So you get your 25% from that. So you could be good. You're going to have lease for restaurant, lease for the retail shopping. So you'll be good. I mean, at least you get off the hook for having to build something that's going to cost you billions, right? So you offload the billions. We still haven't seen them build anything yet. Mo, I don't know if you caught the video. It's on Juan Andreas's Instagram. Hold on. You know what? I'm going to bring it up because it's on screen. Check this out, man. Because I know you're interested, Mo, because you were going to buy out there and then you didn't. But this is where I got a problem with this one right here. We offer complete turnkey buildings for developer who want to sell with their own brand within Larimar, at Larimar. Notice he does at Larimar, which drives me crazy. I'd like to work for you again. That's nice. I'd like to work for you. Okay, he's a nice guy. I get it, man. But I don't know what these hot shots are doing over there for the last 2.5 years when it comes to this. So, Mo, check this out, man. Did you see this right here? Construction of the pool of the restaurant. The mini. This right here. Look at this little pool. I don't get it. I don't get this. I'm like, what the hell's going on over here? Let me go look. Did I click on the screen or something? What happened? We're not moving. What's going on? Oh, there we go. Look at this, man. Look at this little pool. Oh, I shouldn't say it's little. I don't know what the size is. But, I mean, look how close to the edge they are with no buffer zone. Now, I haven't seen any designs for this, but maybe they have designs. But this is crazy right here. This is going to take them maybe 7 months, 8 months. I don't really care. But we need prime towers. And then look at this. After a month, it's going to be February in 4 or 5 days. Look at this right here, man. This is prime towers. There is nothing here. Look, they're still digging. There's nothing. No foundation, no bricks, no materials. I don't see anything here. Now, maybe the materials are behind the wall, which would make no sense. But this is crazy to me. This says progress of jobs on prime towers. We continue. I find this crazy right now. So clearly, I guess this is going to be underground parking. But again, I don't really like underground parking in rainy areas. But the fact of the matter is, no comments here. This is all 1 day ago. He's the CEO of Claire HP. Why is he out here doing this? So I want to point something out because where is look now look how weak this is. Sad. This is maddening right here. Look at this. So he posts the reels. Look, none of the reels is on the frickin' Larimar City Instagram page. It's on the CEO's page. They have 6,895 followers. And he has less than we do, I think. And we don't have that many. We have 940 something. So everybody go over there and hit the follow button at Instagram for us, please. But look at this. Look, 265 followers. He's posting more than Larimar City is. And he only has 265. But hold on. Let's look at this. 50. Oh, we can't tell how many people saw this. So we have 51 likes, but maybe more people saw this. But this right here proves nothing. This is after a month. A month goes by, and this is where they're at. Actually, it has to be a month because they did the video, what, December 20th or something? This is the 27th. So in 1 month, they got rid of all the rocks, a lot of the rocks, but they still have to get rocks. And there's still no foundation. There's still no poles sticking down anywhere where they're going to be building buildings. But he's the only one promoting this and saying this stuff. That is sad to me. Very, very sad, ladies and gentlemen. Very, very sad. So Mo has every right to say what he's saying because this is not looking like something that we should be happy about. I'm like, my God, this is crazy. You have. Oh, man. Hey, man, you're him, man. Come on. Let's go. Don't be out here shy. And you from NJ. Come on, man. Let's do it. You know how we do it. Not only am I a California kid, I'm Mr. Worldwide. Ladies and gentlemen. All right, here we go. What's this? For Larimar, I can see the message. I don't know why it's not popping up. For Larimar, those that are on phase 1 will need to have the pool built. At Margaritaville, the first thing they built was the pool and beach club. It was complete about 1 month before phase 1. Yeah, yep. Well, here's the problem. I understand what you're saying, but you remember, I'm assuming you're talking about Margaritaville, Orlando, right? Because if you're talking about Margaritaville, Cap Cana, there is a huge difference. Margaritaville, Orlando, Margaritaville, Punta Cana, or Cap Cana, they didn't need the pool to be built because in Cap Cana, they're right by the beach. At Orlando, you have all kind of water parks and all kind of places to go. This place up here in Verone is in the middle of nowhere. So why are we First of all, let me ask you something. Anybody, if I have the beach at 0, okay, I'll change that up. If I am 5 kilometers from the beach and I already have a man-made beach, I already have restaurant, I already have fishing lake, I already have horseback riding, I already have a 9-hole golf course, I already have a beach club at my disposal. Why am I going to go 15 to 20 kilometers away in the opposite direction. So I can go up to a restaurant and a pool. That makes 0 sense. Zero from a tourist perspective. So now I go up there to the restaurant and pool and I have my towers built. Well, thank you very much. But where am I going to go get groceries? Where am I going to get mini mart stuff? Where is the beach? It's frickin' 15 kilometers away? Are you serious right now? I don't have to stay up there as a tourist. Well, first of all, as a tourist, I'm not staying up there. Even if I own there, I'm not even staying there. I'm going to be going to Los Corrales. I'm not staying there. It wouldn't happen. Even if I own up there, I'm not even going to stay in my joint. Because I'm going to be out there calling Uber. Uber's going to be like, I don't know where you are. You're in the middle of nowhere. Come down through security. Come here. You'll see the only buildings here. We're here. I mean, like, why are you going to stay out there? You better come with much more than just a pool and a cafe. I mean, in fact, by the way, I should even say the other part. Between Prime Towers, the 4 towers are going to be built is a pool. So even the cliff is even less important. And furthermore, I don't know how many of you guys, when you go to DR, how many times do you see people in the pool? Seriously. I mean, come on. Seriously. All right. You don't go on trips going to islands and then say, oh, yeah, I'm going to be in the pool for 6-7 hours today. I mean, that's not even a thing. So again, we're talking like, I think we're 10 to 12 to 15 kilometers from the beach. I can stay at a place that has a pool and restaurants and bars and nightclubs. If I stay downtown, I have it. If I stay in Vista Cana, I have it. If I stay in Los Corrales, I have it. If I stay in Cap Cana, I have it. Why am I going to go up there with nothing there? I got to buy groceries on the way. And if I forget anything, I got to drive back out and come somewhere to go get groceries. I mean, this is crazy. This is absurd because remember, Larimar was supposed to have a downtown area built in phase 1. So you were going to have restaurants. You were going to have the grocery store. You were going to have something down below, allegedly. Maybe below a tower, but who knows? Nobody's really showing us anything. All they do is keep talking and changing everything. And the new renderings is crazy where there's no Horizon 2. There's only a Horizon 1 building. They took out Horizon 2, and then I see Horizon has a golf course in front of it. On the cliff. 9-hole golf course? I mean, what are we doing here? All right, enough. Mo, he's done said it most. He says BTC ETFs look very enticing. Yes. MSTY. Very enticing. Right. That's a Yield Max ETF. Very enticing is correct. But BTC ETF also in another vein is enticing. BTC's enticing crypto also. So are you going to get dividends or are you going to get BTC or ETH is the question. You should have all of it. BTC, ETH in the crypto wallet. You should have something related to crypto in an ETF and hopefully one that gives you dividends. That would be a win-win. Everybody smash the like button so I know you're in the house. If you like what I'm talking about, please subscribe to the channel. Click the all notification bell. All right. Mr. Compensation, I hear you, man. You keep saying yes, sir. I understand that, man. But you know how we do this, man. We have that love for you, man. Let's see it. But I've been seeing a lot from you. Like I said, those 2 live streams per day, I like it. I like what you're doing. Some of this live streams, beautiful. The shorts you're doing, beautiful. Keep it up, man. You know how we got to do it. You know, unfortunately, I'm not a good example. I'm not doing 2 live streams per day every day. I'm not doing shorts every day. You got better skills than me. So have at it. And you got to throw down some content, man. It's got to be at least 8 minutes. You know the rules. That's all you got to do, and you'll be great. You'll get a lot more views, man. All right. Mo better. I don't think they own the land yet. I think they're still paying for it through loan payments, shaking my head. It doesn't look good. They need money. In fact, hey, Mo, I did not agree with you before because I always said they would pull the trigger on the stock. I figured they would borrow against their stock. But again, if you borrow against their stock, you have a payment schedule. And if you don't have the necessary sales, now you're going to be drawing money that you should be building or developing, might have to come out and pay that debt back because if they call it due, you definitely ain't going to own the land or the buildings potentially. So now they've done another move that indicates what you've been saying all along is correct because it didn't even dawn on me they weren't going to build it themselves. But if you're in money trouble, then I guess you would say, hey guys, every developer, please come over here. We'll let you build on our property. That way they have confiscated, obfuscated, I should say, not confiscated, obfuscated, having built it themselves and spend the billions of dollars. Because that's what it was going to take for all the time. So now they're going, no, we're not building anything. We got somebody else building it. They're on their own. They're going to do what Vistacana did. We sell you the land. We get to sit at Volare, eating, drinking, partying, saying, come on down, you guys. We waiting for you. Like George always says. They have no cares in the world because they have no schedule. They're just getting checks whenever somebody says, we want to build. How much are they selling the land for? Who knows? It could be $1.5 million. It could be $2 million. Who knows? So, yeah, you get to sit back and be like, all right, we're just collect our mills. They're sweating. They're going to have to deal with the customers when they don't deliver in 2.5 years, like they said. We don't have nothing to do with that. So we're chilling. That's all they decided to do. They said, we're chilling. So I have to agree with you now. I did not 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 months. I was saying, no, man, they'll just get a loan. And then they'll just build the damn thing. And now they're like, no. Somebody else can build it. We're not going to waste our money. Why should we do that? Because we're builders. Don't you believe us? You believe us, right? As in December. You believe us. You got to believe. I don't believe you. You're not making sense. Now they're really not making sense. When they're now selling their land apparently to other developers, because that his post sort of indicates that to me. But on Larimar City's website, they're not saying nothing. Zero about it. On their Instagram, rather. Maybe on their website, larimarcity.com, maybe they mention it, but then showing on there, they're not showing his reels. They're not even showing the latest video of Prime Tower area like he did. And he only has 265 followers. Because he never wanted to be promoted. Similar to what I do. I use the name Stop Struggling Now. I don't use my name. So he wasn't doing it either. He was letting Larimar City do the promotions. Well, that's them still, but you know what I'm saying. Their sales crew that Danny had and all these guys and all the realtors and everybody who believed in them, Gennaro and all these guys, and me at one time, everybody believed that they were like this company that was going to do what Ellen Icon's doing, what TRX is doing. That's what people thought until now. Me, I'm like, no, you're not having anything done by December 2025. Well, a pool, yes, you can build it. Look, I can get a crew of guys in the DR right now myself and have a freaking pool built and a cafe built. Come on, stop the playing. This is ridiculous. I can do that in 6, 7 months. And starting from ground zero, as long as I got the approval already online for the permits, then we'll have it done in 6 months. I can get a crew, but this is crazy right now. So yeah, man, I'm a little irritated even more. So I agree with you. They need money, man. I mean, it's almost like clear because why do this? You've had years to start building. In 2.5 years, you've been lollygagging and then not no resemblance of building anything. Even right now, there's no materials on site. At least I didn't see any. Maybe some to the left was on site, but that's where you drive by. Or was he by where you drive? I can't remember. But they build a kiddie pool. Oh man. Oh man. Yeah, you saw that. Happy belated birthday. Thank you, man. I appreciate it. I'll take that. I'll take that, man. I'll take it. Thank you so much. All right. Why would they be concerned with that and not even trying to build one tower? That's my point, Mo. That's my point. That's crazy. My guess is that they are over their heads. That doesn't smell right at all. Hey, that's my stand. I agree with you 100%, man. It definitely smells bad. Because I'm like, you haven't even broke ground on a tower and you're worrying about a damn pool that you can build in 6 months, 7 months, a pool and a restaurant, however, whatever that is. And I'm failing to see the significance because even if you had the pool and restaurant, which will be built in 6, 7 months, I don't understand the significance. So now you're expecting to make some hay about, hey, you can drive out here and come eat and sit on the cliff? Like that's supposed to be like a big to do when I'm on an island and I can drive to the actual beach? I can actually be sitting in a condo watching the ocean like I could be at the galaxy. I think you can see the ocean from Victor post retirement travels unit since he moved one story up. So why am I going to be back there? And by the way, I can go out to the beach club now at Cana Rock. And they got a restaurant there. They got a pool there. In fact, they got a pool at Galaxy. They got a restaurant at Galaxy. I mean, this is dumbfounding to me. Why would I drive 20 kilometers to go to Larimar so I can go eat and see water? That's not the purpose. Larimar was supposed to be I live there and see water. I live there and have these beach clubs and restaurant and grocery store and mini mart and spa and sports complex and 18-hole golf course and shopping downtown and a college and a health facility and five-star hotels, all within phase one. Now what we're getting in phase one is a cafe, pool, kiddie pool, and it looks like they were making a kiddie pool, the roundish one. So maybe maybe that's a spa. So that looks like a big spa, and that looks like a pool next to it, and then we're gonna have a cafe or a restaurant, whatever you want to call it. Fine. What we don't have is downtown, 9 holes of golf. That hasn't even started, I guess, because they're not showing that. That's going to take 2 years generally, traditionally. 9-hole real golf course takes about 2 years. You got to put the grass in. It's got to grow. You got to put in the drainage. You got to put in the bunkers. You got to put in the drainage there. You got to put in the greens drainage there. You got to put in the fairway drainage there. You got to put in pathways. You got to do a bunch of things. It takes about 2.5 years to build a 9-hole golf course. Best case scenario. And even then, who's going to drive out there and do 9 holes of golf? This is silly. Nobody lives there. This is just silliness. There's only 144 units in a building. And since there's nothing out there, nobody's going to live there. People are going to get delivery possible. Well, okay, first of all, I don't even know what I'm saying. I done lost my mind. Delivery ain't happening for 2027 or something. I done lost my mind. I done lost my mind. I done lost my mind. George's Charles, the emerging millionaire, is in the house. He's diversified. He bought properties in the Dominican Republic, ladies and gentlemen. He's an investor. He loves investing. And welcome to the SSN Nation Money Making Monday live stream. Oh, hey, SSN fam. Hello to you, man. Very happy to see you here this evening. Wonderful time of the year. No better says. He says, where is it? What's happening? Let's go. Show it. I wonder if they still waiting for permit. I I I don't know. I really don't know what's happening because in 1 month they're still digging the underground parking area, which is I don't know. I got to see their new renderings. I don't know what's going on, quite frankly. They're supposed to have some sort of shopping underneath, allegedly towers, which doesn't make any sense either because that would be a closed system, meaning there's only 144 apartments, and that means there's only possibly 250 people, 275 max that could live in the building. That's not enough to be sustainable for a mini mart or grocery store underneath at the bottom, unless it's for all four buildings. But even then, I don't know if you're gonna make parking for all four buildings underground unless you're gonna do even city center doesn't have that. I don't think. I'm trying to think. No, they don't. So I don't know. Maybe they'll do parking all underground. So whoever's in prime is parking underground. Maybe they're gonna do it that way, and then maybe that's 1,000 people potentially if the place is full. So that might help a mini mart grocery store underneath potentially. So that could work, but that just seems weird. George's Charles. He's actually traveling the world. I'm in Brazil, hoping to come back home safe and sound Thursday. That man, it's scary traveling overseas as a U.S. citizen. George's. Oh, I see. You didn't flash your you didn't carry with you your accent, and so you had that American accent, and then you had they're like, oh, there's the Mr. Moneybags. Let's go after him. You're damn right, man. You're damn right. You're damn right. You're in Brazil, man. The top 5, they're in the top 10 places, man, where you have crime in the world. That's Brazil. Come on. And don't tell me you were in Rio de Janeiro or something. And then you decided to go to the villas, right? I hope not. Hope you're safe, man. But you got to watch yourself going down to South America. You got to watch yourself, man. For JA to come out, try to start voting, that's a positive sign, in my opinion. Hey, Mo, we agreed on that when he first started doing it like a month ago. Because I was like, whoa, where did this come from? He won't even speak English. He can speak English. Mo will attest to it. George Charles will attest to it. But he will not speak English in videos. Instead, he prefers to do Spanish because he was never going to promote it other than do the pseudo promotion on TV, do these talks because he's the CEO and business wise, and he'll say, hey, yes, it's going to be a great project. You guys should check it out. Come our Claire HP, we're going to handle it as CEO of Claire HP. Now he's in no man because for 2.5 years, nobody in their office came up forward to promote it. They relied on me, people like Gennaro, Daniel Rodriguez is another, and our friend Mr. Oh man, he changed his name, Mike Masters. People like this and others would promote them, and so they would have a few sales. Not anything extravagant because 90% of people there, realtors, said they'll never be built. They said they don't, just what Mo's saying, they don't have enough money. They'll never be built. It'll never happen. It's not in the right place. Well, it's looking like they have to change a lot of things. That grandiose plan that they've started off with has changed dramatically. And again, there's a lot of things that I don't find very positive. such as putting a 9-hole golf course on the cliff. I'm looking at the new renderings, and when I saw that, that's a bad sign. So the question then is, you're showing villas on an 18-hole golf course. You're selling lots on an 18-hole golf course. Are you really going to do a 9-hole play type course on the cliff, which is kind of cool? I'll give him credit with that because you have ocean view from there and it's kind of cool. But why then are you going to do an 18-hole golf course? So you're going to take up an 18-hole golf course, make a 9-hole golf course on the cliff. Okay, great. Because you're going to have 1.8 miles worth of cliff. So yeah, okay, fine. But at the beginning of this thing, no. You should have been building the 9-hole, 18-hole golf course situation. You could have put that 9-hole golf course anywhere on that 1.8 miles. You didn't have to put it at the beginning in front of Horizon 1. That's insane to me. And I want to know, why aren't we going where the downtown was supposed to be? I'd rather see restaurant, nightclubs, shopping like you were supposed to. I don't want to see a pool, even though we were supposed to. I'd rather see buildings. I'd rather see some infrastructure that counts. 18-hole, 9 of the 18 holes, like you said, I want to see that. So I agree with you 100%. Juan Andreas coming out trying to promote now is too late. He doesn't have enough followers because he always stood in the background. If he was on the Larimar City website the whole time and promoting like everybody else, saying I'm here, but let's just get real. Let's get real. Because it's real in the field. If you are a CEO, you're the boss. And my thing is, I start thinking bad. Like Mo is illustrating how he thinks, I start thinking bad too, because I'm thinking, if I really thought 2.5 years ago that this was a 120% go, then I would have been promoting it. I wouldn't just be going on talk shows and interviews and talking about things like that. I'd have been like, rah, Larimar City. I'd have it on my chest all the time. I'd be like holding up signs, doing all this stuff. Come on down, guys. And we got the right price for you. No price increase. I'd be talking big. But the fact that he didn't, and really nobody from their company ever has come out and said, hey, here's the update publicly. They tell people we'll call you privately, behind the scenes. Thank you for giving us the $100,000. I'll call you every month with an update. And I'm like, what update? Just like now, between the time you put the towers in and now, what update? Oh, we dug and got the area flat, an extra 10 feet down, and the area's flat. Don't you see? I'm like, I see extra rocks there, man. It ain't like you're building anything. So a whole month goes by, and what you're telling me, oh, we dug a little deeper, Eric. We got rid of all those rocks that were down there. What do you think? A great thing, right? We're on our way. I'm like, dudes, you're not nowhere near on your way. So when you start asking about permits, it's a valid question. They haven't even gotten the level of the land straight yet, and it's taken 1 month. And we haven't even talked about H1, Horizon 1. Where's that at? That's all I'm saying. Where's that? Here's the picture of Horizon 1, where you're building that you're doing stuff at, because that's supposed to be phase 1. Where's Total Golf, who's supposed to be building whatever on your property? Where are they at? Why aren't you showing where they're mowing down trees and doing all kind of getting everything out of the way so they can put in a 148, I believe, acre golf course? Why aren't we seeing that? So now you're going to tell me that's going to be what, 3, 4, 5 years from now? All this makes zero sense to me. The only thing that makes sense now is what they just said. We're going to go use the Vistacana model. We're going to let other developers build. But that's no help, because as in the Vistacana model, other developers took 4 years, 5 years, 6 years, 7 years. So we're talking it's 2025. So if we go by that, it's going to be the same 2029, 2030, 2031, 2032. I'm going to be dead by the time anything really seriously happens there. This is crazy right now. So now you're going to let somebody else do it. This is sickening, really, quite frankly. I should stop talking about it, giving them too much airtime. All right, George's Charles, be safe on your travels. Exactly. Got to be safe, man. Always go safe. When going to South America, man, it's no joke. Don't play around. George's Charles, good for you. Is that a business trip or leisure? We're going to South Brazil to check Iguazu Falls in March. We'll be staying in an Airbnb at Foz de Iguazu town. Iguazu town. I love it, man. I love it. There you go. Here we go. Post-retirement. I hear you, Eric, but those renting their units for phase one will not have good reviews if the amenities aren't in place. Good first impression always wins. That's my whole point, quite frankly. I agree. You are hitting it right on the head. A restaurant with the pool and a kiddie pool or sauna or whatever's going to be there, and then you have 4 towers or Horizon 1, 2, let's say. Let's just say they did that. We have no amenities. That's not a good look. So a pool to me is like, why even? Okay, I understand why you're going to bother. But the point is, we need more than just a pool. Even if you said to me, hey, Eric, well, okay, first of all, we can't build a 9-hole golf course in 10 months, 12 months, so that's not going to happen. Can't be done by 2026. Forget that. So I don't even understand is there really any rush to build anything at this point? Because a beach club atmosphere, let's just give them credit. Let's just say it's a beach club. A beach club on a cliff that's 10 to 15 kilometers from the beach, and there's nothing else there, is just to go up there and be like, oh, I feel the breeze and I can see the ocean and let's get something to eat. And then what? Get in the water? I don't understand. That's not a tourist dream. They're not coming there to go do that. That's crazy. So now they're building the restaurant, which now means that somebody has to build it. I guess it's not them because they're not showing pictures of anybody bringing bricks to build a restaurant. So somebody has to build a restaurant. Somebody's going to be building a pool. After that, now what? There should be something else. What else? So, I mean, I don't even understand this. This blows me away. That this is amateur hour. Freaking amateur hour. What somebody really should be seeing, if you're thinking that somebody is serious, we should be seeing a mass project. What do I mean? When they're building their so-called pools, they should already be at the next location with the pool or the man-made beach that they're supposed to be building. They should already be excavating that area as well. And the next building over. All of that should already be accounted for. We should have no problem. We should have everybody here, all hands on deck. We know what our cliff is supposed to be. So start tearing down these trees or leaving them up, whatever the case may be. But remember when they had the environmental impact report? Remember the key phrases inside of that? Any endangered or any type of fauna, flora, animals that are on the endangered species list or needs to be relocated. So again, remember we talked about this, 800 acres. There's probably some flowers, trees that you're not supposed to take out. And if you do, that's going to be a hard relocate and for it to live. So you have to leave it there. And now, if that is any part of the cliff, that means you can't do all that fanciful stuff that they showed in the brochure for the last 2.5 years. That means you're going to have something that looks like what they're doing now, which again, I'm speculating. But I'm just like, it makes no sense. Because I would have mowed down the whole front of the cliff because I know I'm building golf course, let's say, 9 holes. I know I'm building beach clubs. I know I'm building restaurants, so I might as well just get on with it. Why am I sitting here showing pictures of this damn little holes in the ground that anybody could have made in a freaking what? A day? Where's the bar? Look, first, anybody, you guys know how to build a pool, right? We're going to need brick. We're going to need cement. Take your pick. We're going to need rebar. Take your pick. I mean, they clearly are nowhere near putting a pool in like the next 6 months. Clearly. This is ridiculous right now. And by the way, I question where are they going to get the water from? Where are they going to get the water from? Seriously. Is there water up there? Because as near as I can tell, last time I was there, they still had coolers up there where people actually had to get the drinks out of the cooler. I don't recall anybody being able to go to the bathroom, or I don't recall a bathroom up there. So I'm like, do they even have water running up there yet? It's a long way from the street, where I'm assuming there's water at the street. So somebody better start showing some ditches being built with some sewer. If there has to be sewer. There has to be some sewer there. Somebody better start showing the infrastructure. Because you can put anything you want out there. Where are you going to have the grease trap at? Or are you? I mean, this is crazy. Crazy, 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 crazy. This is like amateur hour, man. And first impressions always wins. First impression is major. This is why they were supposed to be doing the development over the last year. But okay, environmental impact report took longer. Permits took longer. Great. Don't blame us though, right? Exactly. Exactly, Mo. Exactly. 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 They don't. They were saying this. Don't you believe us? No, I don't believe you. Oh yeah, and somebody was like I said, Mo. I was up there. Some dude was saying, "I know who you are. I don't like how you've been talking bad about us." I'm like, "Bad? I've been telling the truth." He's like, "Yeah, I know who you are." I said, "What's your name?" "You don't need to know my name. I know who you are." "Why are you up here? You shouldn't even be up here. You don't even own up here. Do you own up here?" I said, "No." You know what he said? He said, "Well, then that's more of the reason why you shouldn't be here," after he said, "I know who you are." I was like, dude, I just started laughing like, okay, dude's grandstanding up here. Because if he knew who I was, then he would know I'm an owner. So I'm like, this is funny stuff. So he's like, "Get out of here." Needless to say, you saw videos and stuff. I didn't leave. I just walked off, actually. Because I was like, this dude, I don't know what he's tripping about. Happy belated birthday. Actually, Mr. Compensation is a little off. My birthday's in July. So he's right. It is belated, but it's 6 months, 7 months ago. But yeah, so don't let Mr. Compensation throw you off, man. It's his birthday, his coming out party on his channel. Twice a day live streams. Been trying to get the man to do this for 4 years. And he's him, but he don't believe it. Post-retirement travel. It may also be the issue with the labor force. They're all finishing my apartment so it can be ready by end of... I'm ready to sign. Post-retirement travel, just go on your nice little merry way. All right? We'll talk, like I told you before, in summer of 2026. All right? Somewhere between after March through July, I believe, is when delivery will be for Galaxy. So we'll talk. Just don't worry about 2025. It'll be 2026. You'll get delivery. You'll be very, very happy because Macau, Punta Cana, Moon Palace will probably be ready to go about the same time, which will make it even awesome. Now, I don't know what that'll do for rental values, but it'll be awesome, man. So just go on your worldwide tour for the year. We'll talk March, through July of 2026 when you get delivery, and you'll be a happy camper. Now the labor force, look, see, all of this that you're talking about would make sense, right? Post-retirement travel, that would make perfectly good sense. I have to admit, great as your baby girl, I see you. Thank you so much for being on Instagram. I greatly appreciate it. Go over there and make sure you hit the follow button on Instagram for Stop Struggling Now and Post Retirement Travel. Why? Because he's going to go on his worldwide tour, and hopefully he doesn't forget his drone like I did last time I went to the DR. All right? So I still have to practice. Here we go. Mo says, now they want other developers to come out and build. Shaking my head. Exactly. Vistacana already got that market covered. Exactly. Sounds like Larimar in trouble. I hope everything works out, but this doesn't smell right at all. I agree with you 100%. I've been backing everything that you guys have to understand. We're at the SSN Nation group. All right. So me and Mo have discussions over the year. So we have a long going discussion about Larimar. And I've always, even though I say what I say about Larimar, I've always defended the other side because they always had moves to make. So now, with what they're doing is what he's saying, I have to agree. It appears they have no more moves. They're doing what Vistacana is. Except Vistacana started out doing that on purpose because they were never building the whole thing themselves. Even though those guys have a construction company, they never were like, oh, we're just going to build everything. All this stuff at Vistacana, we're going to build ourselves. They never said that. Vistacana was always built with this development, that development, this development, that development. They are already marketing it that way. Larimar was marketing, or Claire HP was saying, oh, we own the land. We're going to build all of this. We're going to have all this stuff. We'll get third parties to build like the pools and the golf course, but we develop. So we're going to build everything. At least that's what I took away from it. If at any time they would have said, hey, Eric, you know what? We're going to sell our land and let other developers build on our land, I would have said it's 2023. There is no way you're going to have anything built by 2025 then. There is nobody that has built inside Vistacana that is built on time. Not one person. The only person that could potentially come through is Seven Palms. And their stuff isn't even ready for till 2026, 3, 4, 5 months in. And they've already actually started building or getting their groundwork laid down. They're not even doing anything real special other than making a V and a couple of pools and a little mini mart and some other little amenities, but they're nothing that the amenities all can be built in 6 months or less. So I'm just like, they're the only ones that even have a shot at doing on-time delivery. And their first hurdle comes up in, well, May or April of 2026. But you give everybody their 180 days, so okay. At the end of 2026, anytime in 2026 they build, it's considered on time. Everybody else in Vistacana has taken 5 years. Everybody. The only people that did not was Oasis, Del Lago, which are villas. Villas take a shorter amount of time. But everybody else started in 2018, 2019, 2020. Those are the things that are being delivered now. Noriega Group, who started in 2020, at the end of 2020, here it is, 4 years later, they're not done. Residences at Vistacana, 4 years later, they're not done. Panorama Garden, Panorama Park, they're not done. I mean, I can keep going on and on. Wave, not done. Unique, not done. Arco, not done. I mean, we can go on and on. Zeba, not done. And 2 Zeba, not done. Zabana, not done. We can keep going on and on. I can name every damn body that I knew about. There's some other projects that came out in 2018 that just now got done. That's 6 years. So when they're doing that, that means, what does that mean to me? Somebody else is building our stuff. That means 2030 right now. How's that look? And if there's a bad economy for the United States and Canada, which is going to come, now you're going to lose that market and you're going to expect the EU zone to bail you out. You're going to expect South American or Caribbean tourists to bail you out. This is asinine. This is stupid. So the fact is, the window that they had, they didn't utilize properly. Instead, they were playing games, not telling people anything. And here we are. So I agree with you 100% at this point. I'm not gonna, first of all, I gave them money. But now I would rather have my money sitting with 7 palms, for instance. I'd rather have it sitting with 7 palms. I'll give them a shot that they're going to have it built by the end of 2026. And I'm inside Vistacana, which now they're building a Vistacana up there on the cliff. Why am I don't get it. I'm not going up there. I'm sorry. If we have a choice, why am I going to sit there for another 10 years where Vistacana is right now? That's where they're going to be. It's already been done. And here's the thing. Vistacana did not have to endure but a pandemic. A pandemic wreaked havoc, yes, but it's going to be much worse than a pandemic if you have 85% of your tourists who would buy there can no longer buy there. And now where you're going to get that replacement of 60% of potential buyers? You're not. There is no other country that's even close. So where is it going to come from? You're not going to have the disposable income from anywhere other than United States citizens, the majority, the bulk. So again, what are you going to do? Get some hedge fund to come in and do something? Come on, that ain't going to work either. All right. And if developers decide to come there, will they have to go out and now get permits too? Yes. Because you're going to have to subdivide the land. You might as well put up for sale sign in that cliff for the land and call it a day. I know. I was going over this before you came in because a lot of people don't understand the ramifications. They allegedly have roughly 845 acres. So if you want to sell off any parcel of it, you're going to have to subdivide. I'm not familiar with subdividing, but everything in the DR so far is like it's 1970s. So that means to me, if they're in the 1970s mode, that means they're going to have to give it to the planning department. They're going to have to do all this crazy to get it subdivided. And then it's going to take not 2 months, not 1 month, but maybe a year. And then you're going to have to transfer title. Maybe a year. That's 2. Now what? You're already 2 years in. Are you going to start selling something now? When are you going to start selling? See, that's the point. When are you going to start developing? Oh, wait, it's going to take us another year for a permit, or do we need another environmental impact report? I mean, I don't know. But to me, that looks like 3-4 years. I don't get it. Now, there's another question. If I don't own the land outright and I have a contract, which, again, we can have contracts in America where the land is deeded to me and, not deeded to me, but a loan to me in lieu of deed, so to speak. I don't know how it works in the DR. I didn't get a chance to find out how the actual full transact, but I wasn't going to do, I was buying stuff outright so it'd avoid all this. But I don't know how that works. So maybe their laws are different because, like I said, 1970-like laws is in their place. So again, this causes a problem, and I think you are correct. In America, we would have a definite problem. If I woke up today and had 800 acres and I told somebody, hey, you can have 5 acres or 4, I have to subdivide it. How long is it going to take me to subdivide it? Well, even in America, maybe 6 months to a year. We got to survey it. We got to be on point about everything. And then they got to approve it. Okay, great. Now, because of the environmental impact report, it said that there might be endangered species or flowers or fauna or whatever else in there. So now does any of this parcel, we might have to get an environmental impact report just to make sure there's nothing that's endangered in this section. Now, what is that going to be? Another 6 months or 8 months, a year? Who knows? Permit, 8 months, year and a half? Who knows? That's 3 years right there that we could be dealing with, which explains why inside Vistacana these projects are taking 5 years, because they had to subdivide it originally. Remember, just what we're talking about Larimar's doing is what Vistacana had to do 5, 6, 7, 8 years ago. Same thing. So there's no wonder these projects took 5, 6 years. Makes perfectly good sense. To me, I'm making up the story myself, but I'm believing this is probably what's happening. I don't know for a fact. I'm just guessing. But this would make sense because in America, that's what we would have to do. We'd have to subdivide however long that, let's just say it took, we were gracious. Let's say it took 6 months. Great. Now I say, hey, man, I want to build apartments here. Okay, bring in your plans. We got to get approval. Okay, well, hold on. You're building apartments. We need an environmental impact report. Okay, well, you got to have a town meeting. You got to set up a meeting 3 months from now. You got to do all this stuff. It's already another 7, 8 months. You get your meeting. Everybody at the meeting says, yeah, we're the neighbors. We're good. Yeah, come on down. Okay, now I got to go get permits. Permits. Oh, damn, 6 more months. Even in America. In Cali, maybe your permits are a year and a half because you're around the lake, because you're around the coast. Who frickin' knows? But now it's a year and a half. Now you can easily see, even in America, you're doing a daunting task of 2.5 years before you can even think about putting a shovel in the ground. And they're talking about doing this in the DR like, oh, no big deal. We'll just have somebody else just buy our land and they can develop it. And I'm watching Vistacana all day, all night, taking 5 years. 2020 projects, none are done. Crazy. 2019 projects, 3 or 4 are done inside Vistacana. 2018, about 7 to 10 are done. And just now finished in 2024. This is 7 years, 6, 7 years. This is crazy. And they're talking about going that same game plan. I'm like, okay, fine, but you're at Verone. You don't even have water running to your area right now, I don't think. Brian P., Eric, Costco smoked salmon recall now classified as potentially deadly according to the FDA. Thank you for bringing that out, man. A PSA. I appreciate that. You guys all heard it. Michael K 2310, thank you so much for being in the house. Make sure you hit that follow button at Instagram. Everybody on Twitch, don't be shy. We had somebody coming in here saying that they want to sell me some package. Okay, fine, sell me the package. But here we go. Let everybody know about that smoked salmon recall because salmon's good for you traditionally. But again, okay, come on, ladies and gentlemen. This is Money Making Monday. We can't get to the money because we have so much nonsense. I talked about this in the last 5 years as well. You're tainting your food supply. All that plastic floating in the ocean, tainting your food supply. Putting steroids, antibiotics into your food that you intake. That also causes the offspring that you're injecting these harmful chemicals into to make them fatter, bigger, way more. That has repercussions. Then rules and regulations about FDA turning the other cheek, deregulating. You knew people were going to be in this situation because of what happened in the last 8 years when they started deregulating things between 2017 and 2021, like the EPA, the FDA, They started removing people so they can get yes men. We talked about this. You knew this stuff was going to continually happen. We've had the bird thing. We've had now the salmon recall. We've had the milk, the kids drink recall. And I'm trying to think, what do you call that? The baby formula recall. We've had recalls every freaking week right now. It's ridiculous. America is like third world country and you guys don't know it and don't act like it. That's why you can't even trust your food that you intake. It's scary out here. You're going to need some money. You're going to need health care. You're going to need a lot of things. Exercise, try to eat right. Now you try to eat right. Then you find out some of your food is tainted. Now you eat right. Avocados, tainted. Apples, tainted. Veggies, tainted. Fish, tainted. What's next? I know. Go to the island. But the problem with the island, like DR, has heavy metals that they use in their water, has heavy metals because of lack of treatment facilities. Heavy metals are in the ground. Now you're growing stuff with heavy metals. You intake it. Your body can't expel it. You got health problems. This is the kind of stuff that the rice I'm referring to, ladies and gentlemen. 2/3 of the rice, you have to know which region it comes from because they have heavy metals in their rice. So when you go to the DR and you pick up some rice, you're going to have to go study, just Google which areas could be harmful where you don't want your rice from. Just saying. This is the type of stuff that we have to watch out for now. This is absurd. It's a shame. It's bad. All right. I wish I could just go, this thing would automatically go down. I'm looking for it. I'm hunting. Popular organic milk brand recalls thousands of cartons due to premature spoiling. See, this is what I'm talking about. So everybody says, oh, I'm good with deregulation. Sure you are. Until you're about to die. That's not a good thing. At Mo Better. Post-retirement travel. Do you have a place at Larimar also? Did you put a down payment? I wouldn't send another dime until I see something built. At Conner Rock, I have 115K jammed up. Ooh. So I can't just walk out. No, you can't walk out, but you could have always said, can you send me back my 115 for the last 3 years? Because you would have tripled the 115. I'm just saying. But now here we are, because now you have no choice. You have to wait, especially since delivery is going to be next year. I mean, you have no choice. You got 1 year in my estimation. Hopefully it's 12 months. It would be awesome if it was before the end of this year so you can be in prime time, but is prime time going to be worth it? I don't know. That's the $1 million question. Is prime time really going to be worth it? Mo Better. He says, what does he say? I did at PRT, but I backed out a long time ago. I only blocked a unit, but then quickly changed my mind after hearing from enough people that the Larimar project comes with these risks. He's right about that, because we're talking about 2023. No, yeah. Wait, hold on. 2020. No, we were talking about 2022. Okay, so he is right. Just so everybody understands, what he's talking about is, when I first started talking about the project at the end of 2022, there was lots of realtors who called, emailed, was in chats. They were all saying, hey, man, don't you know, like, somebody even said, don't you know there was a dump up there at one time? There's nothing up there. They're going to have problems. Other developers, nah, they're not going to make it. It's a pipe dream. It's all a scam. People were saying all negative things. I said, no, man, they got paperwork, which they did. They have an agreement with the land, which they do. I'm like, it's happening. They got approval from La Altagracia. They got approval from Verone to build. But then the environmental impact report did not know that they couldn't have built even when they told us. At the end of, what is this? This is 2023. When we're all there in December, with Mo was there. And they said, oh, yeah, we're going to start building next month. Or later this month. No later than next month. Then that 2024 came. No building. February, nothing. March, what's going on? You guys told us in December that You just needed one more thing. Well, as it turns out, the one more thing, which they neglected to say, because if they would have said, we're waiting on the environmental impact report, then I'd have been like, well, then you ain't building no time soon. You got 600 and some odd acres out there. What are you talking about right now? But no, we only need one more thing. We should be good in this month or next month. That's where things started going wiggy. Because we're like sitting there listening to them, and then the next month comes. Then I go back in January and I'm like, hey man, what's happening? I thought you guys were building something. That's when I made my last payment. I was like, okay, let's see. Then the February came, nothing. March came, nothing. They go radio silent. April comes, nothing. Hey man, you guys said in December. And then all of a sudden, nothing. Then all of a sudden they make this big announcement. And what was it, September 23rd, 24th? Oh, our environmental impact report just got approved. Oh, well, okay, great. So you never could have been building in December or January or any time this year until then. Knowing full well they needed that approval. Now they know full well they needed their permit approval, which I don't know if they got a permit approval. I'm assuming they did, but they're not building nothing. They're still scraping the ground, moving dirt. So I'm still disappointed, man. So anyhow, so he was right there with us at the beginning in 2022, most studied. He's watched all the videos in early 2023 that we were doing about Larimar. He got up to speed because I had a ton of videos. We had the guys on. We had Gennaro on. We had Danny Malky on. We had everybody on. So he was up to speed. Then things weren't adding up because he was there. He goes to the DR. He's hearing people say all these negative things about it. And he's like paying attention. He's like, hey, it don't seem right. And that's after last year when we were there. Everybody believed him because you would think, hey, the CEO's there. You're thinking Danny Malky's there. You're thinking the German's there, which I call him the German. He's there. And their lawyers sitting right there, and they're saying, oh, we just need one more thing. It's going to be done either later this month or the next month. Then the next month comes. He was there, so we all heard the same thing. We have video. George's Charles has video. I have video. Mo probably does too, or E. White does. We have video where these dudes are saying this stuff. And so now they have nerve to tell me, you lying about us. You're telling stories. You're lying. That's why you shouldn't be bad-mouthing. I'm like, dudes, you guys are the ones that said this stuff, not me. You guys, you lied to us. Bold face in our face, you lied. Telling us next month, then the next month. And now it's a year later, year and a half. Oh, wait. That's almost, yeah, year and a half late, year and 2 months later. It's crazy. I'm like, so I'm not supposed to say nothing? After I tried to promote you guys? I'll tell you guys a story. I told this before. When I got the word that after I came out of a meeting and a guy says that this artist who's in the music biz, it was either 89, 90, 91, somewhere in there. We come out of the meeting and the guy, because of what happened in the meeting, just how I talk about Larimar is the same way I was talking about the formation of a music company. And these guys, the writers, they wanted their music for free to give it to them so they could be on the label. And I was like, no. Are you cutting them a check? They're like, no, man, you should be with us. It's all good. No. And then finally the guys, they spoke up and said, oh, no, whatever he says, he's going to be like our manager. I was like, you're damn right. They should be getting paid. There ain't no freebies up here. This is the music business. You guys are going to try and jack them later anyhow. So you got to pay them up front. And they're like, oh, man, be part of the team. I said, man, what team are you talking about? I'm talking about the paycheck team. We're part of the team, but being part of the team means you got to pay your employees. If you're considering them an employee, you got to pay them. So anyhow, we come out. One of the other managers of another group who did not speak up, he comes out to me and says, man, I like your style. I see that you try to get people to do the right thing. I said, you're right. So he says, here's a tape. Check it out. My only tape. You guys know this is the Drake Bake story. Here's a tape. I only have 2 left. And he was going to be on not Universal. He's going to be on going up to get a record deal, but he had to go to Iraq. So he missed his appointment, and he's being played on the radio, and he's in the Source magazine as one of the top artists coming up. And I'm like, well, what do you need me for? He's being played on the radio in the Bay Area, the Southern California area, Chicago, because he's from Chi-Town. What's the problem? He goes, well, he can't get a record deal. I'm like, that's ridiculous. He could at least get a distribution deal. So that's when I drive from Irvine. I drive to downtown LA, and I pick up the payphone. I open up the yellow pages. I go to record distribution. First guy, call him up. Hey, man, I give him these parameters. Sorry, can't help you. Next guy. Sorry, can't help you. Third guy is Universal. Unbelievably. Universal distribution. Hey, man, I gave him the parameters. He goes, oh, hell yeah, we'll give you a distribution deal. I was like, are you serious, right? He's like, yeah. When you guys want to come in and sign the paperwork? So now I hang up the phone. I call back the manager. I give the manager the guy's number, the phone number, the Universal. And I say, I'm not in the music business because I don't like the music business. You guys jack people. You go and have fun. But here's the guy you call. Good luck. Hung up the phone. Next thing I do, I call Source magazine. And because they wrote an article about the guy, and it turns out it was 6-7 months earlier. You know what the guy said when he got on the phone? It's the same thing I'm saying about Larimar. Hey, man. Okay, again, I told this story before, but here's what happened. Hey, I need to talk to the guy that wrote about Drake Bake. The manager says that he was named in the magazine about 6-7 months ago as an up-and-coming artist. I just need to know if it's true, because if it's true, we got a distribution deal at Universal, but I just want to back it up and make sure. You know what happened when the guy got on the phone? The same thing I would have done. Yo, man, what the hell's wrong with you guys out there? I gave you 6-7 months worth of promotion. This is how you thank me. You don't even send me a remix. You don't even send me a thank you note. You don't send me a note saying any damn thing. Dude was going off. Rightfully so. I said, hold on, man. Hold on. I just showed up. He's like, still, disrespect. I said, hold on, man. First of all, I see now it must have been true. I was just trying to find out if it was true. He goes, you're damn right, man. And we're the Source magazine, which was #1 rap in the industry magazine at the time. So I'm like, okay, man, check this out. We're going to send you a remix. I'm going to send you some other, because he had a side B. I said, I'm going to send you another one. He goes, hurry up, damn it. Then I can write another something on you update. And I said, yeah, we might have the unit. Dude's going off. Just like me. He's going off. Just how I was promoting Larimar, and Larimar's lying to me. Same thing. I should be going off. That's how he was. So when people actually try to help you, and by the way, you didn't have to pay. These back then, I don't know if you do now, you didn't have to pay. Source actually legitimate. If you were good, they would say you're good. So now you understand why the guy is upset. Nobody's paying. They gave him free pub worldwide. So of course he should be upset going, what you dumbasses out there are doing. And don't even have the courtesy to send me a remix so I can report on that too. Of course he should have been saying all that. And so that's where I am with Larimar. Regardless of what happens, it's the same situation. You guys are talking all this noise, doing all this stuff. We're giving you free promotion. And then when I criticize or say something, you're calling me saying you're talking bad about me when I'm just saying the real. I'm saying, no, man, this ain't right. After what you said. So I just had to reiterate, that's the situation. And Mo was there too. George's Charles was there. They all heard it. Phase 1 was supposed to have 1/3 of the artificial beach done. Actually, it wasn't 1/3 of the artificial beach done. You mean 1/3 of the cliff, which I'm assuming that's what you mean, because the cliff was supposed to be all like artificial man-made beach club stuff until now. But yeah, you're right. You're right. It was supposed to be 1/3. One Horizon luxury tower done. He's right. Prime towers 1, 2, 3, and 4. Retail stores. He's right. He's right. That's what it was supposed to be by December 2025. Okay, give him 6 months later. So we'll say April, May 2026, right? Everybody's got 180. Well, that ain't going to happen. They're not going to have that built in a year and 3 months. Come on now. Ain't going to happen. They don't, in fact, they just show Prime Towers clearing. Where's the Horizon 1 clearing at? That should be right next door, come to think of it. So where's that at? Where's the, no, and you know what he left? Oh, you didn't leave. You know what he left out? 2 5-star hotels. 9 holes of golf, and the sports complex is the etc. There's no golf being built. There's no sports complex being built. There's no Horizon 1 being built. There's no Prime Tower 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 being built. And there damn sure isn't 1/3 of a cliff being built. So I don't know what they're talking about back then, but their story has changed now, clearly. And, oh, by the way, part of downtown was supposed to be built with restaurant, bar, nightclub, or shopping. I don't know which one, but some of that was supposed to be built as well, which entailed why people would live there, because they would have something built for people to go to the beach club, go shopping, go get groceries. So it was all supposed to be now. And knowing full well they could not deliver any of it. It's wild to me. And they haven't done anything. Exactly. It's frickin' February 2025. 0 other than moving dirt. Although, wait, hold on. Actually, they haven't done anything. They put another little square in to where a pool's supposed to go. Yeah, you're right. I mean, yeah, come to think of it, they've moved dirt. I feel bad for the owners they bought there. I really do. Hey, man, Mo, I will say this. Here's the thing the last thing I will say in the defense. Here's the thing. Something's going to be built there. The towers, Prime Towers, looks like they're going to be built because they have the hole there. It looks like, but I will say this. Seeing the hole in person, and there's supposed to be 4 towers, and they were supposed to be 50 meters apart, and a pool in between the 4 towers. I don't see a lot of room there unless they're about to take out a whole nother section to have 4 buildings, a pool, and 50 meters apart each building. If it fits, it fits, but it's awfully tight. So I don't know, man. But the stuff is going to be built though. But now we know it's not going to be built for 2028, 2029, 2030. I mean, literally, that's what it seems like to me, man. So yeah, that standpoint is, like I said, anything can happen in the next 4 years. I just don't see it. So I don't, and again, we showed pictures, not on the Larimar City website, on Juan Andreas, who has 265 followers. I beg the question, why isn't it on Larimar City's website, and why isn't it not an email out to owners saying, hey, we just posted up the latest update on Larimar? Do they even have a YouTube channel? I mean, that's weird now that I'm thinking about it. But yeah, we should feel bad. We have over 30, 40, 50. We probably have like 30 to 40 people that have watched SSN Nation or are part of that have bought at Larimar. I mean, it's a crazy number. Post-retirement travel and Mo Better, you're welcome to be my neighbor. I think there are a few 1-bedroom units on the second floor of my Galaxy building. Let's go, brother. At PRT. Thanks, man. That's it. That is it. George's Charles, he's an owner there. Eric, do you see problems traveling to DR with the Trump deportations? Yeah. Yep. In fact, you know what? Um, oh man, guys, hold on, hold on. Remember when I told you guys about the passports being suspended? Remember in the last 5 years, and people were like, nah. State Department suspends processing passport applications seeking the gender mark of X and will only process if issued male or female. On something as small as that, they are suspending processing passports. Oh, this is wild. This is wild. I tried to tell you guys, don't be surprised if one day you wake up and your passport don't work. I tried to tell you guys if this is not this is minor. Really? Because somebody goes, I don't want to be a male or female, I'm going to do X. Seriously? Whatever the hell, man. Like I said, if somebody wants to be a clown, dress like a clown, be a clown, so what? All I'm saying is this is hilarious when you think about it. I'm like, I don't really give a damn what somebody calls themselves. M, F, or X. Take the X. Who cares? I still know what you look like. I'm like, what is this? Oh, but anyhow, that's just one thing. So if it's over this, imagine anything else could be on the table too to stop you from transportation. So, yeah, I see a problem. And speaking of that problem about deportation stuff, it's not really deportation that much. Sure, they sent some people on a plane, but now they just signed up to spend money, taxpayers' money, to build detention centers, private detention centers, not government, private. Either way, American citizens right now pay $775 per person. So they're going to have more people in custody that you're going to be paying $775 per person for. I don't see how this is going to bring the cost of anything down, but okay. That's how it works. That's how it works. I'll tell you, let's see, I can't, why isn't that coming up? I'll tell you how you can attract people to the pool site. Have a bunch of ATVs and horses so you can do tours. Victor Marrero, you're right. You're right, but you can't do that in a building zone. Oh, man, you know what I left off while I've been talking tonight? I forgot my, man, I forgot. I knew something was off. Hold up a second. I knew something was off tonight. I just didn't know what it was. This is what was off tonight. The green. The money of green was in the house for a second. I forgot about this. I have some little things going off in the background. All right. You're absolutely right. That would be a great business, but they can't do it. First of all, I'm going to tell you why they... Okay, hold on. Can they? No, they can't do it. The reason why is the road that they take to get to this location is the same road that they use for construction movement. The dump trucks and every other type of equipment runs down this same road. So there's no way that can happen. No way. Ain't going to happen. Just so you know. But here's the other thing. They're not going to be licensed to do any business up there because it's not official. I mean, in theory, it's a good idea, but there's nothing. They can't do ATV up there. Remember, some of that land could have endangered animals, endangered trees, endangered flowers, who knows? So they can't do that. None of that. They can do horseback riding, I would imagine. But again, okay, first, they can't do it. Forget about it. You know why? Because up there is a bunch of trees. It's like, just like when you're going down the highway and you see a bunch of trees and all that, that's what it is up there. That's why it's going to take them an arm and a leg to get things cleared. And that's why all the money from clearing, it costs, ladies and gentlemen, to clear. So since it costs them to clear, That doesn't make them money. You're trying to clear acres, and it's not a simple thing. And if any of it is protected, now you have an issue. You halt, stop. You got to call the guys. Then you got to tell them what you're doing. Are you relocating it or are you building around it? Take your pick. If you're relocating it, now you're stopping. Now it's taking you however long it takes to relocate whatever you have to move. And not only relocate, pick it up, go put it somewhere, and in light condition from where you took it from. That's a daunting task. So again, I talked about this when the environmental impact came out. I told you guys they may run into something. We don't know what's on 840, 850 acres. I'm sure there's something there. So this is, again, a way for them to get out of it, because now if you put the onus on a developer, he has to go through the same environmental impact area and make sure it's approved. So potentially, I don't know how they do it there, but I'm thinking, yeah, once it's titled to you, 5 acres is titled to you, now you're going to have to get some permits and approvals. And again, so yeah, you're not going to have ATVs up there unless 100% of the property has been went over, and clearly it hasn't. They haven't cleared 845 acres. So there's no way. It's not going to work. There's no attractions up there either. No water, no electricity, no bathrooms, nothing. So, no. Good idea, though, but it's not going to work. Eric, let's see. Eric, I don't think they worried about where they're getting the water from, because I don't think they even plan on building. They waved the white flag a long time ago, it seems. Well, they're going to have to get water from somewhere, because they said they're building pools. They said they're building a pool. I'll believe it when I see rebarb being put in or something, but I'm sorry. They have to have some water to put in the pool, man. Now, I know what you're thinking. For aesthetic purposes, they're going to bring a water truck and dump it in. I'm only playing. So what should be seeing right now at the site, I wish we had, I wish there would be actual reporting there, because people would be walking and they'd be saying, here's a trench and this is where the water's coming in. Here's the sewer. Look, man, they're putting in the sewer to come down here. Because I agree with you, until you see sewer and water and trenches, what are we talking about here? And ladies and gentlemen, just so you understand about Larimar, you aren't like 100, you're not 50 feet off of the freeway. Off of the street. No, you're like, I would have to, I never measured it, but I would think you're a 4th mile in. Something like that, maybe. At least a 1/6 of a mile in. It's a few hundred yards. So, it's not like you just get off the road and you drive like a minute and you're there. It's a little ways down. Maybe because we're driving a little slower, it might seem further, but it's not. It's a few hundred yards down before you get to that restaurant-y area. So I didn't see any cylinders being moved into place to put, a big 6 foot, 8 foot wide cylinders underground so sewer can go through. Or I didn't see any lines like this for electrical if it's underground, or even electrical coming from the road to towers. I don't know how they're going to build it. Water treatment. Is there going to be a water treatment plant? Because we know the water treatment is non-existent. So now are you going to build your own water treatment plant? Which I doubt. So now your water is tainted, by the way. So I don't understand really what's going on. I don't see any water lines. I don't see anything that looks like it. And Mo, you know what? The devil advocate is you're making me start to believe what you're saying about that. Because he just said it. Where are they getting the water from? They're talking a pool, but they have no way to fill the pool. In fact, they have no way to drain the pool. I mean, I don't get it. And quite frankly, they're too close to the edge, in my opinion. So I I, I would never build a pool that close to the edge. That's insane. We'll see what happens. Anyhow, everybody, make sure you smash that like button. I don't want to get on Laramar, but Mo's bringing it up, but I have to talk about it. This is what we do. Make sure you subscribe to the channel, please. And make sure you go follow, please. That's at Instagram, everywhere else, Twitch, YouTube, podcast pages, iHeart, Apple Radio, Apple Podcasts, all of them. But yeah, that's not bad to say. Years. That's right. Years, man. You're the man. Thank you. You're him. You got all this knowledge, man. Let people let it float. Or used to go to my job and tell me this to my face while I was working with guests. Exactly. Exactly, man. You're him. You're him. Guest. So I'm glad to see your movement on the online game. Quite frankly, I love it. All right. Brian P., another reason to live overseas. You're always eating fresh and healthy. You can have a fish right off the ocean in the morning, have it for dinner. We're so behind here. Exactly. See, that's the thing. But here's the scary part, that tainting of your food supply. That's the thing, man. It's scary out here. But you're right. For all intents and purposes, that's where we're supposed to go, right? The ocean, the fruit trees. I mean, the nut trees, all of this is right at our own disposal. We don't have to hoard it. Everybody should be able to just go to the environment and get all natural foods. But no, we want corporations want to take over. People want to take over. Don't want to let people come on their land. It's a travesty. This could have been a simpler world if you just shared everything. Hey, the investor superhero. Hey, man, I put my money where my mouth is. And then my money's there and I want it back. All right? I can't get it back. And whatever happened to Daniel Malky? Did he disappear into one of the ghost towers or something? I haven't heard from him since he was on your live stream hyping up the project. Well, you're not, because he got mad at me too. So, you know that video that I infamously made about, what, a year and a half ago, was it? Where I said, was talking about them. And then all of a sudden they got inundated with emails and phone calls and all this stuff. They called Gennaro, they called Gwen and started saying, hey man, you should tell Eric to take the video down. And he's your guy, this, that, and the other. And I just told Gwen, and like you guys know, I told Gwen and Gennaro, I was like, why'd they call you? I don't work for you guys. What are they calling you for? Why didn't they call me? The disrespect. How come they didn't call me? Because I'd have been like, F you. What are you talking about? I was at your offices. We talked to you. You've been on my live streams. You said all this BS. Like there's going to be... Daniel Malky was on I believe it was June 17, 2023. He said, in July, we're going to have a model on the cliff. I was like, what? That's like a month from now. What do you mean? Oh, yeah, we're going to have the model on the cliff, man. You'll see. Okay, 2 months or whatever he said. I was like, okay, man, we'll give you 3 months. Because then I explained, I said, hey, man, look, remember Cruise on Land said they were going to have their model in January, February, or March? It ain't built. In fact, so you're going to do a model now all of a sudden in a month or two. Come on, man. It didn't happen. There's no model there even now. All that bluster, all that talk, still nothing there. He got mad because of that situation. I started saying, hey, man, they're messing up and this, and people started calling. Well, before that happened, I said the same thing when, because Gennaro called me. He says, hey, man, you shouldn't have the video. You should take it down. I said, man, what are you talking about? What I'm saying is the truth. Then Gwen calls me. Hey, man, they called me up all mad at me. You should take it down, man. They're jamming me up, telling, hey, tell your boy to take the video down. Tell your man to take the video down. I said, I said, I don't work for you, man. I said, hey, check this out. Just tell them to call me. They have my phone number. In fact, they can come on my live stream anytime, in person. No problema. So just tell them if they call you, just say, here's Eric's phone number, call him. It's his video, his channel. Did I get a phone call? No, not one. But when they see me in person, Daniel says, I'm mad at you, man. You caused us problems. I said, I caused you problems. The way I look at it is I'm the one out here promoting you guys, and now people are calling me, asking me questions. You guys are sitting over here twiddling your thumbs. So I called it like I saw it. And then I said, we can talk about it, but I'm not taking the video down. It doesn't matter at this point. I'm not taking it down. He's like, well, you should take it down, man. Caused us problems. I said, hold up. What do you mean caused us problems? What are you saying exactly? I thought you got your customers yourself. What are you talking about right now? I thought those people don't have nothing to do with me. They didn't. You got all these people. They didn't watch my videos according to what you told Gwen and Gennaro. So you kept all the money. So they're your customers. It's a shame they're watching my videos because you guys don't make videos. Maybe you should make videos so then you can tell them lies. I'm like, what are you talking about right now? They're your customers. You can talk to them. But of course, if they're going to watch my videos, I don't, what can I say? So he's always been mad at me from that. Hell, I was there talking in their office. Daniel Malky, this is last year. I haven't seen him since that December 2022. So now it's 2023. Now we're there in December 2024. I'm in the office talking with Juan Andreas. There's a guy sitting on the edge by the window. He has his beard on. I thought it was the lawyer that was sitting behind in the office because he's the only one that's ever in the office, along with Juan Andreas. So all of a sudden, me and Juan Andreas are going back and forth, and then I see this guy get up, and he's like, "Oh man, you can't say nothing to me." I was like, "Malky, I didn't even realize it was you." And he goes, "I'm still mad at you, man." I said, "Yeah, but I'm here to talk to you about it. But you still ain't built nothing. You're still moving dirt around. It's a year and a half later from the time we saw you. Nothing's happening, man." I'm like, I'm a little confused. What are you mad at me for? So, still holding a grudge. The German guy, when I was there this last time, he's holding a grudge. You don't believe. No, I don't like you. When you come here, you talk, you have smile face, you talk smile, you talk. I said, hold on. When I'm here, why wouldn't I be smiling? I said, I'm here because I actually invested in Larimar. I talked about Larimar for 2.5 years. I promoted Larimar. I'm sitting up here trying to get more information so I can tell people what's happening. So yeah, I'm smiling, but here's the other problem. I said, I'm still going to tell the truth when you're messing up. And you're still messing up. So yeah, I can smile, I can talk, and you're messing up. Yeah, I'm going to still say you're messing up. Nothing's going to change. You still got people's money. You still got my money. So what are you talking about right now? You still ain't built nothing? You got to believe. You got to believe. No, I don't believe you. You cannot build anything in 1 year. Forget about it. We had the conversation. So with that conversation, that week when we're there in December, I go up to the cliff 4 days later. Because that was a Monday when we're at the office. And I don't go up to the cliff till that Friday or Thursday. And that's when that guy that I'd never seen before says he's the owner. What are you doing up here? You shouldn't be here. This is a work zone. What the fuck are you talking about, man? Why do you have all these chairs up here? Why do you have the pavilion up here? Why are you up here? Well, I can be up here. I'm the owner. What's your name? You don't need to know that. I'm an owner. I said, I've never seen you before. Why are you talking crazy? And meanwhile, I have people with me. This is crazy stuff. I'm like, what are you doing right now? I'm showing people the cliff up here, and you up here going, what you doing up here? You shouldn't be up here. I don't like you. I know who you are. Really? Well, why didn't you know the answer to the quiz? Are you an owner up here? He asked. And like I said earlier in the video, are you an owner up here? I said no. He says, well then, you shouldn't be up here. What do you do? I'm like, clearly, you got the wrong answer. So then I just walked off. Started taking pictures. And those are the pictures you guys saw where I showed the picnic area and I showed you the cliff is still looking nice and nothing's really happening other than these guys are building putting brick around a tree or something. I don't know what the frick. But anyhow, you guys saw the videos where they're building the Prime Tower area. And now you see a month and almost 2 months later, they barely have still cleared that area out from all the rock busting they had to do. And so it's still flat, nothing built. And so it's 2 months later. Well, it'll officially be 2 months later in about a week. But the point is, that's how they were talking. The German was up there right next to the guy. And he was all for it because the German always wanted to talk his bullshit. So now this guy's talking the bullshit, talking about he's an owner. I still don't know his name. But next time I go to the DR, I'll see him. And I'm going to be talking same shit again. You guys ain't done shit since I've been here. And it's now May. 6 months later, you ain't built one tower, one floor yet. That's what's going to happen. So I have no love. They can give me my money back, though. And talk about believe later. Everybody else can believe. Clown is hilarious. Hey, man. Hey, again, here's the thing. All these other YouTubers, I mean, Mike Masters, he's a nice guy. He would never go for this. You know, he's a nice guy. He won't say, he just reports, hey, this is the project, this whatever, right? He's one of the guys that reports. There's several other people, but they speak Spanish, so I don't know those guys. But the point I'm trying to make is, here's the thing. How many YouTubers are going to talk how they see it, then show up at your office to go, hey, man, you want to talk about what I'm talking about? How many people are going to do this? Go in a hostile environment where you know guys are pissed at you, guys are like talking crap. How many people are going to show up at their office and be like, hey, what's going on out here? What you guys doing? I got people that invested in your project. Hey, you think I'm going to come up there and be like, hey, guys, you're doing great after you haven't built anything? I mean, how is that a thing? Since on what planet is that? Okay, I get it. There's a guy that put on Juan Andreas's thing when he showed, hey, here's the Prime and we don't have nothing going on but dirt. I want to work for you again. I'm like, what? Okay, fine. But I mean, how many people are going to give their opinion and you go to an office where they don't like your opinion and you're actually going to walk in and talk to people? I know, big cojones. But the point is, I'm talking about you and your project. You would think you would come out and say, hey, Eric, I don't like what you're saying, but here's what we're doing to make sure we're doing something right by our owners. So you can report this is what we're doing. Instead of you got to believe. Instead of you don't know what you're talking about. Instead of you're lying to people. Why wasn't it not, hey man, you're lying to people and here's why. You're going to show me any proof or anything, or are you just going to keep talking BS? So far, they keep talking BS. So I'm keep talking what's right. And that's why everything has come out like we've said. Exactly, LOL. They will get water for promotion purposes to put in the pool. Hey, Mr. Compensation. Hey, man. You know I'm just not California kid. You know I used to live in Jersey too, man. You know how we do. Oh, and by the way, Burlington. You know how we do. You know how we do. And don't forget, going over the river, going to New York City. You know how we do. Like I said, don't let me have to get over there, Mo, and let me show you how hip-hop really started, man. Don't let me have to show you how it started in Central Park. Or when we're down in Harlem, man, busting out the lights, putting in our own electricity, jamming with the DJ in the middle of the park. Yeah, man, don't let me have to start telling you guys. Don't believe I'm just not Cali kid. I'm the other kid. I'm the other kid, man. I'm the other kid now. Y'all don't know. Y'all don't know. I get around. My cousins are from Trenton. My cousins are from Patterson. Ooh. I shouldn't have said that. All right. Post-retirement travel, underground parking will be project itself. Here we go. See, this was one of the problems that Galaxy had. Oh, well, okay. It took months to drill the rocky terrain when they were digging the underground parking. They had to bring special machinery. That's what I was saying, a year and a half ago? When Daniel Malky was on in June of 2023, hey, man, you got rocks. You're on a volcanic rock. You're going to have to dig and bust boulders. Oh, don't worry, man. We already surveyed the land. We'll just fill it in or do something special, yada, yada, yada. Hey, by the way, that video's still up. You guys can see it for yourself. I'm not exaggerating. You'll see what he's saying. And then you can find out after it's going to almost be 2 years, because by June, nothing that he said is going to be done. So it doesn't matter. You'll see 2 years later, you'll be like, wait, did this dude really say this 2 years ago? It's going to be June 17th in 5 months, less than 5 months, 4.5 months, or 5 months. Yeah, 5 months. Wait. Oh, yeah, 4.5 months. It'll be June 17th on the anniversary. In fact, I'm going to make a special anniversary edition, because I'm going to be there in May, a month before. So, yeah, I'll be like, this is what it looks like. Nothing's happening. All right. But, yeah, that's exactly right, Victor Marrero, on post-retirement travel. This is what people don't understand. They're just like, oh, yeah, we'll just bust up some rocks. We'll be good. I'm like, okay. East Coast King. Hey. Northern Burlington, junior, senior, high school. That's right. Right next to Patterson. Oof. Yeah, don't want to stay over there. So Trenton, yeah, man. All of it, man. All of it. Let's just say things appear further away than they are. All right. Or shall we say the reverse? Things are closer than what they are. I'm not always California kid, but again, don't be misinterpreting Cali kid. All right? Don't misinterpret Cali kid. That's all I'm going to say. California is no joke. You guys see on TV, what you see on TV is not really, that's Cali, yes. But that's the tourist section. What you don't see is the ordinary section, ordinary citizen section. That's a whole different animal. All right? So, in fact, on Wednesday night, I'll have the video that is shot when we did Ghetto Swing, which is Club Nouveau Ghetto Swing back in, I don't know when it was done, 90s maybe. That's in Del Paso Heights. Just so you guys know, Del Paso Heights. Even to this day, you can Google the worst areas of Sacramento. Del Paso Heights is on the list. O'Shea, what's his name? O'Shea Duke Jackson, I think that's his name. He has a big time YouTube channel. He's from Del Paso Heights, Sacramento. He survived. All right. So, yeah. Oh, I know, man. You're in Jersey. I know. You get around. You go to New York, NYC. I know you're going to Philly too. Man, Philly's a whole nother animal. Oh, yeah, man. I used to have that corridor is nice, man. Actually, quite frankly, man, the real deal is this. When you go Philly, Jersey, NYC, that area is a small is you can get back and forth to that area within a few hours, and that makes it special. The only thing bad about it is when it gets cold and snowy and all that, it's like, man, you messing up the atmosphere. But when it's spring, fall, summer, got humidity levels. But yeah, man, I know you know, man. I know you know you're him. I know low key online. Like I said, man, go over and show Mr. Compensation some love. We need to give him some more support. He needs to he needs to up, man. This guy has information in his head that could turn people into multi-millionaires. That's how crazy this is. He's got motivational. I mean, this guy, he's read books. He's studied books for years. He's got so much knowledge, but I don't know how to drag it out of him. I tried to shame him into doing it, but that didn't work. He actually quit his job and came out to join me doing something. That worked a little, but he still didn't want it. I even said, hey, man, give me your Mr. Compensation channel. I like Stop Struggling Now, but I love Mr. Compensation. That is cool. I tried to say, look, give it to me, man. I'll trade you. He's like, nah, I ain't giving that up. I was like, I don't blame you. I was like, come on, man. Let me have that name. I like it. I'll pay you something, man. Let me have the name. He's like, no, if you ain't going to use it, come on, man. But no, but now he came out of the shadows. He's ready to rock and roll a little bit. I still see he broke out with the guest on the show. I love that. And another guest I saw on the show, I love that too, because he's come a long way. But I want to see some more, man. I want to see some more. I want to see more. Summertime in Jersey, winters in Florida. Exactly. Exactly. Even though summertime is kind of on the borderline. But yeah, winters in Florida is exactly right, man. I know, like you used to do. I know. I see you. I know. But that's what you got to do, man. All right, everybody. Make sure you smash the like button. Enough about Larimar. Like I said, I'm going to be seeing them in 4 months. Damn, 4 months from now. I'll be at the offices. Except when I go to the offices this time, I'm just going to be I'm just going to be, because I wasn't there last time. I didn't even ask for my money back last time. I have only via emails to their certain departments that they told me to talk to, because they're not even handling it. Somebody else is handling it. So this time when I go, I'm going to be like, hey, man, just give me my money back, all right? So then I can just ride off into the sunset, go on about my business. You guys do whatever you do. Whenever you finish, fine with me. I don't really care. I'll just go down to VistaCon and get something at Seven Palms. Call it a day. That's it. All right? At least I know I'll have this thing done in 2 years or less. So I don't have to worry about it. All right? So missing out on all kind of money, missing out on all kind of builds, missing out on the pricing. But like I said, you guys have to understand, with anything comes risk. If the economy goes bad for the United States citizen, the economy goes bad for them. That means no sales. That means the pre-construction projects come to almost a literal halt. They have to start reducing prices, even if material cost rises, which it will and does. So it brings out some very, very interesting things. All right. I know, man. I had to mess with you. You're welcome, man. But again, go over, sign up, hit his icon. Go sign up with Mr. Compensation. He has some information. He keeps holding back, though. He's like, hey, man, I'm going to talk some trading. Now, you know I don't know anything about options trading, man, or any type of trading. I'm looking for how you do it. Show me how you do it, man. I'm just saying, you got the skill. You've been doing it for a while. Come on now. Give us some of that motivational. Come on. You got all this knowledge in your head. Come on now. Take it. Bring it out. By the way, Mr. Compensation is like a multi-millionaire in waiting. He's just waiting for a few more years, I guess. He's like Mr. Multi-millionaire in waiting. He doesn't want to pull the triggers. He can talk. He can talk eloquently. He's very smart. He should be like damn near. He could be a speaker. He can be anything he wants. I'm just sitting here. I'm like, damn. I wish I had his skill sets. I mean, I kind of do, but he's got something else going on that he could use. I don't have. He's got a presence. He can do some big things. And he's still young enough too, which is kind of cool. So I'm always a supporter of his, always have been. He's been a supporter of mine, and I appreciate it greatly. So go over there, show some love on Instagram as well. Show some love. Go over to YouTube, show some love as well. Mr. Compensation on both platforms, so it should be easy for everybody. Go follow, go show some love, and he does his live streams twice a day. Trump 47 Juan, I see you. Chris 897, I see you. All you guys on Instagram, thank you so much for joining us. Make sure you smash the follow button there. Make sure you share the video with other Instagram followers. We're trying to get to 1,000 before the end of the year. Facebook shows no love, man. In fact, no social media platform shows any love. There's only one. Actually, I shouldn't say no. There is one. Pinterest. They're the only ones. They're the only ones. These guys, they actually share stuff. 40,000 people. They actually have a store for me over there where I can sell stuff from my store. It's like a beautiful, beautiful thing. They're the only ones. But I have a little hate because they took my Stop Struggling Now name, and I had 300,000 Pinterest followers and 300,000 or more views on everything I posted there. They took it away saying I did something wrong. Just like I'm demonetized now with YouTube. They said I did something wrong by calling it reuse. Just like if I reuse that video from Juan Andreas and then I put something on it, they're calling that reuse. And so that's why they demonetize me, which I've done a lot of videos like that. So, okay. If you want to call it reuse, not copyright, but reuse. Okay, come up with reuse. Oh, great. Fine. But again, we have to make money the old-fashioned way. We earn it a different way. All right. You taught me. Oh, man. Thank you, man. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. But yeah, man, you just do the damn thing, man. Don't be shy. I know you have that little shy gene in you, but hey, man, you're him. Just make it happen. Don't be shy. You have something to say, and you got some powerful information and words and everything, man. You should utilize it. And by the way, speaking of that, I'm going to give you something to think about, Mr. Compensation, because you have a presence. You can say things. You should think about looking at speaking even. I know it's going to be a stretch for you, because I know you're kind of shy, but I'm telling you, man, you would be a hell of a speaker, a hell of a promotional person. I mean, seriously. I'm dead serious, man. You know how I've always been behind you and telling you this. You know this is nothing new for you. But I want people to understand, just like my brother who wrote books, he'd rather be Duran Drake in the dark than to be Anthony Bird, book author, and going around signing books. He would just rather, long as it's out, long as he has a freebie thing, he doesn't even care. Nobody even needs to know who he is. He ain't going to go promote. He's not going to go on a book tour. He ain't going to do anything. He wouldn't even come on the live stream and talk about his books. Give the story. Nothing. I was like, man, what are you doing? Nah, it's all right. Okay. So that's why I rarely talked about it, because he was like, I don't care. I was like, all right, fine. But that's why the books are back there, ladies and gentlemen. Star Cruiser Falcon 1 and Star Cruiser Falcon 2 Degeneration. That's right. And I think I found script for book 3. So he told me I started working on it. I think it's the starting working on it part, but he didn't ever finish it, I'm pretty sure. So I'm going to find out. I'm going to go check it out when I have some time, but I still haven't cleared the house yet. But when that gets done, we'll find out. how far this goes. And keep in mind, I do know people in Hollywood. Everybody likes sci-fi. I mean, so that means I might not miss Sundance next year. I mean, what should I say right now? Actually, I'm not going to miss Sundance next year. All right? Because now I'll actually do what my brother should have been doing from the get-go. Because he didn't want to come to Sundance either. So I'm going to actually go out there. I'll be talking with producers and the directors and all these guys, screenwriters. I'll be talking to them. Hey, man. Hey, we got a book here. I need you guys to make it into a movie. We're going to try and make it happen. At least talk. You got to be in the circle. Oh, by the way, I got something for you guys. Hold on. We got a story night on Monday night. Remember when I told you guys I did the I did the 900 numbers first. Remember when 900 numbers were the sex numbers where the girls talk and say all nice stuff and do all that crazy? Psychologically, I always wondered, how do guys I don't understand it. That's why I did it. I said, let me find out if this really works. So I had 900 commercials running at night while I worked at Delta Dental, on Graveyard, on the radio, on TV. It was wild. I'm working Graveyard, 900 numbers, which were crazy at one time, $4 a minute, $5 a minute, something crazy, I can't remember. I'm working on Graveyard, and I'm sitting there talking to people about business, obviously, and they're like, yeah, right. I'm sitting there like, hey, man, one of my 900 commercials is supposed to play in like the next hour because we could listen to our music or listen to whatever we wanted to. I'd say, yeah, in the next hour, my 900 commercial is supposed to run like twice. So I gave him the 900 number. I said, this is the 900, one of them. I had 5 of them. So I said, here's one of the numbers. This song is going to run tonight, and it should be running in the next 20 minutes. The guys are like, okay, all right, man, we'll just see. So they're listening. Sure enough, the number comes up. They're just like, no way. You actually work here with us and you have 900 numbers? I was like, okay, yeah. Yeah, I got 900 numbers. I just work here because I have to have a job. I'm young. I'm only 20-something. I mean, what's my resume going to be like later? Come on now. Let's get real. I said, in case I fail, I got to have a resume. So I got to have a job somewhere. But yeah, I'm working here with you. Yeah. And in fact, I got 5 numbers. So my other number is going to run at like 8 a.m. in the morning. My other number is going to run at 6 p.m. certain times a day. And I'm not only on this channel, I'm on this TV station. I'm on this TV station. I'm on this radio station. And so people I work with didn't understand I was making thousands of dollars per month by just paying for late night TV, 30-second, 1 minute, beautiful stuff done by LA. I wish I had it. Oh, wait, I do. I just realized I got studio tape somewhere. Directly from the TV station, though. You can't watch it on VHS. You actually have to have their system. I can't remember. I forgot I even had those things somewhere. Oh, yeah, that'd be another store if I can find them, but unfortunately they're in Cali. That would be interesting. But anyhow, I got something to show you because what you guys don't know, I made something later on around the late 1990s or mid 1990s when streaming for sex started to be a thing. And so I told you guys this story before, but sexydevilangels.com was my website. Sexydevilangels.com, which is long, but that was the name of my website. And I told you guys before, they had a warehouse in Las Vegas by under the bridge is the Gentleman's Club. I wish, God, I can't remember the name of it. Sapphire. At the time, underneath the bridge is Sapphire. The warehouse is on the other side. So they had rooms set up, just like rooms to go, where they would have a setting, right? A living room setting and rooms to go. Same thing, except it's bedroom. Bedroom, laptop, or shall I say webcam. And they had, tap, chat, and they had voice. This is in the 90s. So the adult industry actually did streaming first. It was out a long time ago. So they're streaming, right? Except you have a gatekeeper because you have to be over 18. And in order to get into the cam or the stream, you have to pay money, whether it's that time or whether it's a membership. So I had memberships on my website. I told people about this before. I had memberships on my website. And so the girls are in their lingerie, on their bed, with a laptop, with their voice webcam, and they can see what people are saying. Like, you know, they would do the teaser stuff. So while they're talking sweet, talking nice, oh yeah, I'm gonna sell my panties, sell my bra, sell whatever. The guys are buying their stuff just because they wore it and they sign it, but they don't have their clothes off. Why don't they have their clothes off? They'll talk sexy. They'll say, hey, John, hey, Jimmy, hey, how you guys doing? They'll say, hey, give us a smile or whatever the guys do. The girls will do that teaser stuff, right? I was sitting there like, this is unbe-frickin-leavable. Meanwhile, these guys are paying like $5 per minute. $10 per minute. Just talking. Then what happens is a guy would do things like, hey, why don't we go to the private room? Now, private room means obviously she might take her top off or do whatever because it's a one-on-one. The dude's willing to pay like $50, $60, $75 a minute. It was insane. I could not believe what I was hearing and seeing at the warehouse. They're lined up literally. There was like probably 10 rooms on each side in the building. It was unbelievable. And the girls would come in after they came from the Sapphire Club, which they're already dancing in the nude and doing all other kind of crazy. And here they come in and they're just sitting there in a controlled environment, talking, doing what they would do whatever, and getting like half of the proceeds. And remember, they have 10, 15, 20 guys in chat, $5 per minute. These guys are in there 20 minutes. $100 times 20 people, $150 times 20 people, 1 hour, $300 times 20 people. I mean, it was insane, but they get half. And then I got like, I can't remember, it was like 25%. And because the operation was doing everything else, I think they got 25 or maybe even got 20 and they got 30. I can't remember the cut split. But that was just in Vegas. Meanwhile, that same cam is on my Sexy Devil Angels website. And so all of the girls are actually on there. So the guys get to pick on real time, just like we're watching YouTube. Imagine you have views of the other girls on there. And so you can click and move around in the cam room. All right. Whichever, I can't remember the name that I called it, but it was Sexy Devil Angels. And then we have VIP room, let's say. But we had several different rooms. Then we have pictures. So what you see in raunchy magazines that people would say, the ones that used to be behind the door, sealed, where girls are doing all kind of crazy, obviously totally nude and doing fake sex acts and whatever. The guys pay for pictures as long as they're signed. Guys are paying $15, $20, $25 in case, depending on if the woman's popular, $50 or $100 for a signed autograph of her being nude and stuff. I'm like, this is insane. This is insane. I said, I love this. So now I live in Antelope, California at the time. So now in LA, the guys in LA says, hey man, you should get hooked up with our photographer. I'm like, yeah, but I don't live in Vegas. He says he lives in Sacramento. I was like, wait a minute. Are you saying the pictures that you guys share within our cam stuff and within our VIP and all that are from women in Sacramento? He's like, yeah. I said, oh man, you stop it. Please stop. Are you kidding me right now? I said, I live in Sac. He goes, I know. That's why I told you. Come to find out, the guy also lives in Antelope, California. I was like, are you kidding me right now? I call him up. I say, hey man, I'm with my thing is Sexy Devil Angels. I'm with the guys in Vegas that runs. He's like, I know. They told me that you stopped down there and you're looking for the photography and stuff. I said, yeah. He goes, well, come over and I'll talk to you. So I'm thinking I'm coming over to his house, which I did. I come over to his house. Next thing I know, after I'm there about 5-10 minutes, knock at the door. All of a sudden, it's some beautiful ass woman that comes in and she's like, oh, I'm on time, right? And we're going to be ready to shoot. I'll be getting ready and everything will be ready to shoot in about 15 minutes, right? He goes, yeah, right. I'm like, wait, are you saying the studio's here in your house? Now, mind you, his house is not like 4,000, 5,000 square feet. It's a regular, ordinary city block. His house is no more than 2,000 square feet, 2,500 square feet, max. I'm just like, what the hell? He's like, oh, yeah, man, I forgot. I got to do this. I got to shoot her in about 15 minutes, but I'm going to go talk to her and tell her I'll be, she can take her time. And so we'll have time to talk in about 15, 20 minutes. We can talk. So I start talking to him and he starts doing this. He says, hey, man, he's like, those pictures that we send them, and there's some other aggressive pictures like those nude pictures and all that we send down there, they're ordinary, right? They're nude, they have their tongue out showing their everything. I said, yeah. He goes, but I have other stuff where women are doing stuff with bottles, doing stuff with dildos, doing stuff with all this. I'm like, are you serious right now? He goes, you won't believe it. You can call that something else on your website, and guys will even pay more for those pictures. I was like, are you freaking kidding me right now? Literally, women peeing in bottles is a thing. And putting other things up certain areas around their body is also a thing. I was like, oh no, you got to be kidding me right now. I said, this is unreal. This can't be. I said, I'll tell you what. I said, hold on. So you're saying that you'll sell me some pictures that they can upload and I can call that some triple XX VIP or something? He's like, yep. So you know what this guy does? Because I tell him, I said, I live less than a mile from you. He's like, really? I was like, yeah, man, what's the odds of this? This guy goes back to the room. He says, you ain't got to pay me nothing. Here you go. He gives me like 100, 200 pictures. I was like, a CD, DVDs, all this stuff. And I go back. I tell these guys, here, upload it. Sure the frickin' hell. All of a sudden, people go to that. It's like an extra membership. First, it's like $12 to $15 a month. Then when you start doing the other stuff, that's per minute. The VIP with these crazy pictures that people, it's crazy, right? These people are paying like $100 per month membership. I'm just like, this is unbelievable. I didn't know there are that many sick people, which may not be sick, but to me, I'm like, this is out there, left field. I'm like, holy smokes. And they pay even more at the time. And I'm sitting there like chalking up every night, just clocking dollars, but I still had a job and I'm only like 25 or 26 years old. So that's how business, I've always done lots of things, but this is one that was one for the ages. The reason why I say that is because we're sitting here at the house. Right now is the AVN Awards. That's the Adult Video Award. I don't know what the N stands for. AVN is right now in Las Vegas. All right? So I have my Sexy Devil Angels, right? Guess what, though? So I meet my wife. Well, she's I'm seeing her. We kind of going out. I tell her, I say, hey, you know what? This is like 4 years later, 5 years later. I meet her and I'm like, hey, you know what? I got this thing that I didn't want to tell you about, but I got to tell you about it because it's going to come up. I have this website called Sexy Devil Angels. And I started explaining to her all this stuff. And she's like, what? You're making money? What? Are you serious? I said, yeah, this is all you have to do. It's a duplication. I can actually do you can do any name, and you already have the studios, you have everything. All you have to do is just put it to your URL, and up comes everything under your URL. So it seems like it's all yours, that you produce it, when in fact you produce nothing. She's like, are you kidding me? I said, yeah, I'm not kidding. I'm not kidding. She's like, what the hell? She's like, that's interesting. I was like, what the hell's going on? I just shared one of your posts on my story. Thank you very much, man. That's what's happening. I appreciate that, man. That's why I'm kind of being a little careful with this work. I hear you. I hear you, man. No problem. You always been careful. Go for it, man. But I'm jumping behind. Go to the next lifetime. That's right, man. You're in your next lifetime. You know I know something about you, man. Come on now. You in your next lifetime. I know. But I'm going to stay behind you on to the next later. You have really taught me a lot, like marriage. Thanks, man. I appreciate it, man. You've always had my back. I've always had yours. I appreciate it greatly. So once again, everybody, go over there, click on his profile, be a subscriber. Click the all notification bell. Shaking it off now. Shy Gene. Exactly, man. Don't be shy. You're him, man. You got to believe you're him. You just don't know it. I can see it, man. I got a great eye for talent and skill sets, man. Straight game. Hey, I appreciate it. So check this out, ladies and gentlemen. So meet my wife. Well, we're actually friends, but I tell her later, year or two later, I'm like, hey, I got this thing, Sexy Devil Angels, and I could actually do this. You know what she says? She goes, oh, I love this, except I want to be like Perfect Angels. I'm like, oh, that is a beautiful name. Except after all this time, surely somebody has Perfect Angels. PERFECT, right? Clearly. So you Google perfectangels.com. Of course, somebody has perfectangels.com. Spelled the correct way. So now she comes back. She goes, hey, I want in on some of this. I want to do this. I was like, really? I was like, all right. She's like, but I want Perfect Angels. So then she started messing around. I think it went PUR maybe, or PURR, Perfect Angels, something like that, right? .com. All right. So now she does this. She has the girls do photo shoots with freaking angel wings in these white, like nice, tight fitting, nice, sexy pose type stuff as the Perfect Angels. I was like, damn, that's good. I was like, damn, because I can't do that with Sexy Devil Angels. I was like, but now I'm thinking, well, wait a minute, I got to have the Devil Girls in or something, right? But nonetheless, so she has this thing. At the time, I was building websites, but was I really building websites? I had the help of Dreamweaver, something that they took off the market because Dreamweaver, basically you can put anything anywhere and it puts out the code for your website. So I didn't even have to write the code for it. So it was like I had a website up in 2 days. I could do websites in 2 days. That's how fast it was. Dreamweaver, forget Illustrator, Dreamweaver, MX. That was the man. But anyhow, they took it off the market. You can make websites like this. So I made her a Perfect Angels website with the doors, with the clubs, the VIP, the memberships, da-da-da-da. You know what this woman does? After she does the Perfect Angels photo shoot, looking nice with the white like I said, white wings, angels. Maybe I have pictures somewhere. Because actually, I'll tell you the story afterwards. This is usually Friday night. Since I didn't do Friday night, I'm telling you the story tonight. All right. So she does the perfect angel's wings photo shoot. So now I get the invite for the AVN Awards in Las Vegas, the adult video. I wish I could remember what the N stands for. In fact, why don't I just look it up? I mean, AVN Awards 2025. Let's see. It's in Las Vegas every year, so let's see. I don't even know what does the AVN stand for? Adult Video News Awards. Okay. AVN, Adult Video News Awards, I guess. That's what it is, right? Okay. So anyhow, she finds out like it was 3 days ago. Yeah, it's right now. January 25th, so it was 2 days ago. Okay, anyhow, at the end of January every year in Las Vegas is the AVN Awards. So if you're into adult video or TV or whatever, then that's where they are. They're actually there signing autographs. They're actually at the nightclubs. They're actually everywhere. So anyhow, the point I'm trying to say is, so I tell her, this woman, after I get the invite, because I'm not really into it. I definitely not. I don't watch videos and all that. I never did. I'm not into that. Because, like I said, I've been playing sports my whole life, so I've always had real life. I don't have to. So it's never been a thing watching pictures, doing all. I'm like, I don't get it. But anyhow, the experiment is still going. So I tell her about the AVN Awards. She goes, I'm going to take the Perfect Angels down to the AVN Awards. I was like, are you kidding me? So she gets like, there's 6 of them. And they actually go down. I give her some tickets so she can get in. She gets in and is a storm because it's the adult video. You guys, I'm trying to think of the name. What was the name of the? Oh, well, anyhow, you guys know what Playboy is and Hustler and all those guys, but they're wicked videos, the sex videos, right? That's what the AVN is. So the Perfect Angels show up with their wings, with the angel outfits, and they like Maxim or something, but Maxim didn't do it at the time. They come in and the place goes wild. It goes so wild. I'm not there. I'm sitting in SAC because I'm not even in the adult video. I don't care about none of that. So they apparently are on stage. Next thing you know, she calls up. You won't believe it. We're on the AVN Award show stage. They brought us up. Da da da. I was like, you did say perfectangels.com, right? I'm like, what? And so then I get a call like another hour later. We're with some in person. Oh, okay. I can't remember. Maybe I should have her on. She could tell. But the it was some impersonator, female impersonator that was very famous on the Strip, had a headline show, and it had to be, I don't remember who it was. Anyhow, she's saying, we're going to their party. They got the limo for us. I got to go. I'm like, are you kidding me right now? This is insanity. So they're down there taking over the whole thing. They're signing autographs. They're going around meeting all the adult video stars, meeting entertainment, meeting movie stars and all these guys, getting offered like movie scripts and all kind of crazy. Just because they were there and they weren't doing raunchy. They weren't doing anything. They were just being like sexy. It was crazy. And so now she starts making a little bit of money, comes rolling in from what she's doing. And it was wild stuff. And then I can't remember how it ended, but eventually it ended because other forms started happening. That was old. 900 numbers got old. Like, who calls 900 numbers these days? I'm sure there's still people that do it, but that's not a thing. Who goes into these places and pay like $75, $100, and then more per minute? That's not a thing anymore, right? So because you have unlimited phone calls, who has home phones, all that stuff, and it changed, the industry changed. So you can't really do that, even though it probably still exists. But we used to make a lot more money back in the day because it was premium. It wasn't like almost Instagram. It wasn't almost like TikTok, what these girls are doing. This is crazy. That used to be taboo. But that's how in the 90s, I was doing some things along with several other things. This is why 4 or 5 streams of income was always a thing. So, another story I gave you guys, some of you have heard about it before, but you didn't know about the perfect angels. So, here's what I'm going to do right now. I don't know if I can accomplish what I'm about to accomplish. So, if I'm not here when I come back, I'll be right back. All right? Just keep that in mind. I'll be right back. So, don't fret when I do this. I'll be right back, all right? So I'm going to take myself off screen, then I'll be right back.
Come on, come on.
Thank you for being here. So, sometimes you have to bring receipts. Guess what happened? I'm cleaning out my brother's closet. Hanging up in his closet, and I don't know how or why. The only thing I can think of is he visited me in like, it had to be like 92 or 91 or 93. He visited me when I'm doing this in the 90s. And I have my Sexy Devil Angels gear. I have the Perfect Angels gear in his closet somehow in Georgia. Is this. Look. 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 PerfectAngels.com in his closet. Look. Don't fly without your wings with the lips. PerfectAngels.com. By the way, this right here is my wife's lip imprint. How freaking cool is this? This is probably the only one that exists on the planet. Only one. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. I don't know how he got it. I don't have no idea because in the 90s, I never came to the house or even we were never around. So I don't know how he got the shirt. So he knew what I was doing and stuff like that. I don't even think he would have ordered. Well, he might have, but that was weird when I found it in the closet. I was like, wait, what? Perfect Angels? Oh, I can talk about that. I forgot all about that. So anyhow, just letting you guys know, there's receipts. I always got to show receipts every now and then, right? Okay. So that's what we've been doing. We do the damn thing out here, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure you get your free stocks from Robinhood and Webull down below in the description box. All right? But what goes up always comes down. So it was a nice ride while it was going on, but it was so interesting how the industry worked. Now, if you wanted to go into the AVN, that's an adult video thing. That's a whole nother thing. You don't want to be in that. It's maybe people, if you're a female or male performer, I call it performing, but if you're going to be in that, it's not what you think. So you guys think that, okay, they get lots of money, they're very popular, but the reality of the situation is back in the day, they would get like 50, 100, 300, 200, $400. It was nothing, but they could make several videos during the month. And so they'd be pumping out videos. And then once you become popular, they have you go to those sometimes strip clubs, sometimes special sex, like the AVN Awards. And at the AVN Awards, for instance, they're signing autographs and taking pictures. Some take pictures at no cost. Others would take pictures and charge. Some would take sign autographs no charge. Others would sign autographs and charge. So they're making money on the extra stuff, not really the performance in the video that guys or women get excited about. They're building a brand, so to speak. They don't get paid that much, no real royalties. So that's why you don't really hear about adult sex stars as they get older and their body changes. And so therefore they're not really like they used to look when they were like, let's say 18 to 40. So that's the whole thing. And so they get older, they get a little bigger, and then you don't even recognize them. Because it's like you know what they look like on screen, but then you realize that was shot like 3 years ago. But you don't know it was shot 3 years ago. That's the problem, because it just got released or something, right? Just got special promos. You just never know. So people look different when you actually see them in person. They're always nice, though. That's what the weirdest thing was. They were nice. Because I actually went to one of my poker tournaments one time. I think it was it's fall, right? It was a WPT. You know what? It was a WPT Vegas. What did they call that? Triple Diamond? Is that the one? 2025 Vegas. Hold on. Yeah, it was like during the AVN. Was it I think it was WPT. Or was it the Venetian? I can't remember. It might have been the Venetian. It was either WPT Diamond or the Venetian, but it was during the same week as the AVN. So I'm looking right now. There's no event. What? There's no event in Vegas. What is this? Cambodia. Oh, they're going to be in SAC in March. I played in the WPT Thunder Valley. I'm trying to think. I didn't do. Wait, hold on. One of them. I think I came in like ninth. I was at the final table, but I finished like ninth. And then I played in two events. One, I didn't make it. I made it halfway there. I didn't get to nowhere near the money or final table. Yeah, it must have been the Venetian then, because I don't see anything in January. So it must have been the Venetian. Let's see. Let me see if it was the Venetian. Just for giggles and grins. But anyhow, this has been a long video. Oh, wait. Oh, the Venetian. Oh, Kathy Raymond's not there. Yeah, that was a long time ago. Earlier in the 2000s. So, no, it couldn't have been that. Oh, yeah, it could have been. It could have been. 2025. But now that Kathy Raymond doesn't run the poker room anymore. She started out at Foxwoods. Oh, there it is. Deep Stack at Venetian. Okay, they did have it. January 13th through February 2nd. So it was the Venetian. Okay, so I was like, was it the WPT or was it the Venetian? So it was the Venetian. At the end of January, I was there. And we were playing poker at the Venetian, and the AVN was there. And that's when I still had tickets. They would send me tickets every year. So I actually went to the AVN, but not to the awards show And when I got there, I saw all the performers, the girls that are in the videos. They're all signing. They have their own booth and everything, and signing stuff. And you couldn't even recognize half of them because they were older and bigger. So you know those girls generally are so slim and all that. These women were like normal size or bigger. Normal, the average size of a woman in America is like what, a 14 or a 12. And so these women are like in that 10, half of them, not all, half. And so you didn't even recognize them. So it was kind of weird, but people were still asking for autographs. It was still cool. It was awesome. So again, it's how we do it. Merch runs in the family. Exactly, man. Exactly. You should always have merch. You go get your CEO of my life, ladies and gentlemen. Do your thing. Another 4-hour video. This is getting to be a habit because we have a lot to talk about. Because your financial future is in jeopardy. That's why. Notice how many different business ventures that I've done over just the last 25, 30 years. It's crazy. Never mind before that time. Still more business ventures, right? You always should have business ventures at the ready because you never know what financial situations are going to occur. We know every 8 to 11 years there's supposed to be a financial crisis. We have not had one in reality since 2008, even though there was a pandemic, but that was not a real financial crisis. So therefore, we have gone 15, 16 years without a real financial crisis. It's overdue. And I think it's probably going to happen this time because the tariff wars will kick in and we will have a problem. So just keep that in mind. So yes, once again, don't forget health is wealth, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to run now. We had a nice little chat tonight. I went sideways, especially when we start talking about Larimar, because I did not like this Juan Andreas doing videos and Larimar City themselves not actually showing that video, because a lot of people are going to probably start asking if you own at Paradise, if you own at, what's the other one? Breeze Towers, if you own at Harper Condo Hotels. I guess Harper's building their own or they're getting a developer to build it. I mean, I don't know what the hell's going on. But all I do know is if you own there, you have to use Larimar's rental if you're going to do short-term rentals. If you're going to do long-term rentals, I think it has to be a 6-month lease or more. Then you don't have to go through Larimar. But if you're doing short-term rentals or plan to, you have to go through Larimar only. They're not going to allow you to use a different management company. They're not going to let you use do it yourself with any short-term rental platform. You have to go through them, which is a red flag. Well, I call it like I see it. I don't like where if there's limited choices, that's a problem. I always like open market. I always like, if you want to be in business with me, I want you to compete for my business. I don't want where you say it's my way or the highway. I don't want that, because then down the line, you feel you don't make enough profit. You see that I'm renting out at a high clip. Then all of a sudden, you want to take more money. See, that's where the problem comes in. You go, well, they make enough. I think I should get some more of their money. And I never like that. I want to be able to call out and say just what happened with StreamYard when they said, oh, yeah, we're just going to charge you more money, like almost double. We're not going to ask. We'll just do it. You've been a customer for like 5 years, so who cares? You'll do it. I'm like, no, I won't do it. I'm not re-signing. I'm going to go look somewhere else. Disrespect on a whole nother level. Doesn't work for me. So, anyhow, just letting you guys know. And I'll see you on Wednesday night, I hope. And the Wealthy Wednesday night live stream at 8:50 p.m. I love you guys very much. And don't forget, it's cold. It's chilly out here. I should have said this at the beginning, but make sure you go to beachfrontjava.com. Go to beachfrontjava.com. Show some love over there, all right? Show some love. And so use the promo code SSN Lifestyle, all caps. SSN Lifestyle, all caps. And you get a discount for life after your first order. You get free shipping in the United States with or without the promo code. There's whole bean, fine ground, especially for your espresso lovers, drip ground, and Keurig. All of that with about 10, 15, 20 different varieties of coffee. So there's surely something for you. Also, tea, premium tea, that's great. But remember, premium coffee from the best locations in the world, Central America, South America, Africa, Indonesia, and more. Go check it out. Show some love for our own Professor Auntie Val and family. Even has merch. Get some of the mugs or whatever other merch she does have. Show some love. beachfrontjava.com. Promo code SSN Lifestyle. I love you guys very much. Just remember, you can always reach me at support@stopstrugglingnow.com. And please like, subscribe, and click the bell below so you get the latest updates. And I know it's hard out here, ladies and gentlemen, because you know how it is. Good night, E. Rich Dad, No Guru Zone. Exactly. This is the No Guru Zone. Thank you so much for that, man, and have a great night. Talk with you later. And just remember, since it's so hard out here, there's a lot of people under stress, duress, and 70 to 78% are living paycheck to paycheck. Prices are going up on everything. And some people are not insured for their home, not insured for their health. If you need some help, findhelp.org. Non-profit organizations will either charge you or give it to you free, but go to findhelp.org. Job training, it's there. Mental health, it's there. Caregiving, it's there. Transportation, it's there. There's a lot of things there from our friend Matthew Lesko. You've seen him late night with the question mark in the suit sitting in front of the Capitol buildings. He was here on a live stream. Findhelp.org is what he gave out, and surely we did an actual phone call while he was here. Live. And it actually picked up at 10 at night, 11 at night, whatever time it was, the person picked up the nonprofit and said, we can help you. I was impressed. I called. While he was on the line, he's the one that said, oh, you should call right now. I was like, as we say in the Northeast, bet. So therefore, we did it. And they answered. And we talked for a minute. You guys can actually hear. It's crazy. I was like impressed. That can help people, so many different people, so many different things at no charge in a lot of cases, because the government, meaning the federal government or the city or the state, is paying the nonprofit. They get some funds. So that's how they do it. All right. So just keep that in mind. Findhelp.org. There's a lot of people out here that needs things. And just make sure you know I love you very much. And no matter what you do, make sure you always keep your head up. You keep moving. And I'm What happened? Uh-oh. Cannot switch landscape portrait. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. What happened? We still hot? Can't tell, ladies and gentlemen. The screen froze. That's interesting. That's a first. The screen froze. Whoa. What happened? Short circuit. Well, ladies and gentlemen, if you can hear me, I have the office frozen. So that means we're going to have to check out, right? Somehow, some way, we got to check out of this. Wow. Interesting. All right. So this is a first. I don't know how how the freezing happened, but it happened. Okay. Well, we can't close. All right. It looks like I'm still hot. So once again, whoa, I have a lot of comments in here. Hold up a second. Bet. Love it. Love you too, E. Still hot. I get you, man. Still hot. So we're going to end it right now. But we had a frozen situation, which was interesting. So I guess I can end it properly again, right? So you guys know, like I said, make sure you stay safe out here because you never know. I had some shooting going on up the street. Crazy. Dude ran through the yard, popping off. Crazy. America. I'm just saying.